Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, and we're going to be heading down the river Anduin, it seems. Another RN Estudios figure. So last stream we did this Aragorn here. This is Aragorn at Amansul, right at Weathertop. This is going to be Galadriel here at the river Anduin. You got the Light of Galadriel there. So we're going to be doing some object source lighting, which should be really fun. Now I don't think we'll get to our Legolas over here. I think this is from Clay Cyanide actually, but that's got this one primed up now, and that was a really fun base. Hey there, Landrast, how you doing? So Landrast, this was really wild. I have to say though that the next I'm gonna try and do another video with this, and I'm gonna use a larger bust, and it'll be 2 painting sessions instead of 1. So kind of like the Avatar of Cain, where we let it dry and stuff. I think that this paint, again, it's kind of like that barite green. Remember those Holbein paints? And well, we did a little bit of a color chart thing right here. Something I should have, well, I did note this was very unusual right here. You can see how everything kind of overwhelmed it, even though it's supposed to be opaque, right? Yeah. Yeah, actually, this one is, well, here you go. So this one's substantially bigger, but I just thought, well, maybe we can try that skin tone on this one too, and maybe even on some of the flowers and such, just to see what else we can do with that. Now, where's my figure? Right here we go. So it's going to be a very simple pre-glaze here. Mostly Van Dyke Brown, maybe a little bit of the asphaltum. In fact, this palette right here is, this is the same palette that I was just using. Now let me set Aragorn off to the side here. Just get him out of harm's way there. And we're just going to start to throw some of this down. I might have to use maybe a little bit more of my Van Dyke Brown here. Again, that's going to be super simple because we want to do the lighting stuff. Now, where's, hey there, Armored Wolf. So again, think of it kind of like this right here. So, and maybe not a super amount of that. Thank you so much, Green Fairy Studios. How you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. So Green Fairy, I don't know if you saw that figure or the bust that I was showing there. I literally just finished recording that about 2 seconds before I started doing the stream here. Thank you so much, Sarge. Hopefully, well, you're still enjoying your 4-day weekend, right? Still enjoying that. Sorry that I didn't get to stream last night to do the makeup stream, but, well, when we had 5 inches of rain in a matter of hours, so basically everybody here got screwed by that. Now, all major highways shut down multiple times. Yeah, well, it was very much Monday yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was all kinds of Monday, that's for sure. Now, obviously, well, hopefully people are going to be able to have some time again. This maybe extending their weekends just a little bit there, so they can do some fun stuff with the miniatures and all that. Here again, some asphaltum here, maybe on these birch trees. Now, Surge, I don't know, just the relief of not having to be there, right, and deal with all the stuff there. Hopefully that in itself is at least kind of nice. Again, I'm just going to let this go wherever, don't really care. Here, let's, yeah, I'm going to try to get some Perline Black on those. And we're also going to welcome in Runic Raccoon with some of Runic Raccoon's very best friends. Runic Raccoon, how you doing? You catching us just at the start here. Hey Turjan, nice to see you again. Hope that you're doing well. So Runic Raccoon, if you wanted to share any links to stuff in the chat, of course everybody please give Runic Raccoon a follow if you could. Like I said, we're just getting underway here with our Galadriel figure. Now, our last stream, this is also from RN Studios. We did this Aragorn figure, and he started out exactly exactly the same way we're starting out this one right here. Hey there, Trash Panda. Nice to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Now, we've been painting an awful lot of the Shatterpoint stuff. I think we basically did everything except for what the heck are they? Oh, the droids. Yeah, everything except for the droids. There are lots of glowy things, that's for sure. And we actually had speaking of basing bits. Now, all of these are actually 3D printed basing bits, just like these right here. These hoodoo rocks. So those are really nifty. And again, if you want to share anything there, again, Runic Raccoon. Please feel free to do that. Now let me get a little bit of the maybe Terra Rosa in here. There. So this is what we call the pre-glaze, and this is what we do on every single miniature here to start with, is something like this, where all we do is just spread out these darker colors, preferably colors we call staining colors, since we're working with oil paints. Now we got this all covered. What we want to be doing is taking our makeup sponges here and removing some of this. Oh, that's right. That's your river. Well, is it a river, a stream, or a creek, Sarge? I think it's more of a creek or something like that, right? Thanks, Turgeon. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Runic Raccoon a follow. Runic Raccoon has to head off to, I think, a bit of a bonfire there. So hopefully Runic Raccoon has a lot of fun at that. Hopefully everybody's going to have some fun doing their 4th of July stuff tomorrow. Well, given the low-grade nuclear weapons testing that's going on around here, and that's only just getting warmed up for tomorrow. Again, if you were to hand a kid a firecracker here, he'd say, what am I, 2 years old? Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey there, Queez. Again, sorry I didn't get a chance to stream last night, but yesterday was very, very crazy. It was a lot of Monday yesterday. Nice to see you there, Megan. You're sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you a message about your figure there. Just kind of trying to recover and get things back into place from yesterday. I'll shoot you some pictures of the aftermath of that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Queez. Appreciate that. Now, Queez, you're going to get a chance to paint, do any 4th of July gaming there. Thank you so much, Kelly Goblin. Kelly Goblin, actually, Kathy's sister was in Kathy's sister was in Blade's stream last night, and I think Blades was painting the Kathy figure. So if you wanted to post a link to that, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much, Arid. I appreciate that. And how you doing there, Valfair? Thank you also again for that, because what that's going to do is set off one of these guys right here. Queez is working on a brand new army. Galadriel knows when to get out of the way of the hype train. She is very wise, very wise. Everybody get aboard the hype train. There it is. Hype train. Hype train. There it is, blinking right at you. So everybody, please, again, check out the Hack and Slash link there. That's the Kathy tribute figure, and we appreciate them doing that. Here, we're going to let some of this get wiped away. And there's that's the last time we used. Well, let's see. We have to. Here we go. All right. So these are the Reaper slash Dark Sword. This is all the Dark Sword, but Reaper obviously did the Siocast version. So you can see there's the birch trees again. So that's kind of what you're going to be seeing over here when we get down to the birch trees. So I'm going to maybe keep this one out here just so that it's easier to reach. Now this one, another one of the Kathy miniatures. We painted both of these on stream. This one has her favorite Oxalis plants right here. Hey there, V. How you doing? Vertigo, please give Vlieger Dragon a follow. V, I'm sure you did your piano stream earlier this morning. So thank you so much, everybody, for the hype. Well, actually, we had a level 2 hype train. So that means not only do we have this, but we also have this right here. There it is. There's the hype train. There you go. Now, Sarge, they're just the regular size. I really need to print up some bigger ones. So V has promised a piano stream on Friday. So everybody please give Leaguer Dragon a follow as well. And Megan, if you wanted to share the link for your link tree there, that'd be fabulous too. So Queez, glad that you're getting started on that new army. Now, where's our little flashlight? So we want to do the object source lighting stuff, right? Well, it's kind of neat. See that? See how that's going to kind of give us a little bit of a hint there as to what it is we're looking for. Now, these lights, they're different colors. There's blue, red, green, and white. So there we go. Again, so you could see red lighting or something like that. So let's put those off to the side and let's start to think about, again, some of our lighter colors here. Maybe we'll do the, I was just doing a video right before the stream trying out that one of those new colors. That's that pale rose blush. And I have to say it's difficult to use. It's kind of on the slimy side, like the Senolay paints or the Holbein paints. So you're almost kind of better off using it for a little bit, right? And then letting it dry and then coming back the next session. Probably better off doing that. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. So yeah, this is that pale rose blush, which while it's rated as opaque, it really, well, let's just say that, So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So here, let's do this and this. Again, just taking some gray here, right? And look at this light grip on the brush, like so. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I believe, does that count as 1/3 of a level 9 there, Grand Oracle? I think it does. So you could see how this works right here. And you can see it's blending because look, see all that dark color? Now when I was using that other color, it wasn't quite the same. It was kind of just bouncing off. All right, one more hype train for us here because we went to a level 3. Again, there it is. Level 3, what does that mean? Not just one hype train, but 2 hype trains. There it is, hype train. And again, we have one of these that's all primed and ready to go. We'll paint it up like this one, except we're going to do all the weathering and that kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll do all the weathering on that, and that should be really interesting to see. So thank you so much, Arid. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle, and everyone else making that possible. Again, getting us to 1/3 the way, 1/3 the way to a level 9 hype train. So we'll try. We've got a somewhat larger version of it here, and we want to try and do something really fun and interesting with it. Of course, again here, look, we're just going to take our brush here. Also, with the oils, I don't have to worry about getting down in here. First of all, if you were to paint all these things separately, it would be a nightmare, because then you would have to kind of guess at where colors would be or lights and darks would be. Also, it doesn't matter because, well, it's going to be in shadow, right? There wouldn't be a lot of lights or darks there. Thank you so much, Sun Chaser. I appreciate that. And along comes Gandalf and he says, oh, well, fancy meeting you here. It's like, well, fancy meeting you here because you're kind of a ghost right now. What do you mean? It's like, you passed into shadow. It's like, well, yeah, we went into Moria. It's dark in there. It's like, no, like you died. It's like, ooh, I don't like the way this story's going. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Sun Chaser. Yeah, Sun Chaser, we may have 1 or 2 armies worth of, basically the project is to make one of every army in Middle-earth. So even the legendary legions like the Wolves of Isengard are done lendings. And of course, well, we love our terrain as well, because you can't play without terrain, right? Let me see, we've got our Morgul Knights. This was a really fun Faramir diorama that we made. Let's get to, where's my dwarves here? First we'll see our very much, shall we say, altered Rohan Royal Guard, just the plastic figures with lots of green stuff. And of course, we got started on our Khazad-dûm army. We've done our Nazgul, so yes, we have lots and lots of Lord of the Rings armies here. Essentially trying to make one of everything. Yeah, Sunchaser, well, let's see. The first Lord of the Rings miniature I painted was back in 2002, I think, or 2002, 2003, so 20 years ago. I painted the Fellowship way back in there. Obviously, we've redone it since. We've got, where's our Aragorn here? Where is he? There he is. 1 second. So I called him my Moria Fellow. Sorry, I actually did hit the stupid button, but it's not cooperating again. There we go. So there's our Moria Boromir and Moria Aragorn and such. So yeah, we've been painting these figures a long time. So I think we're all set. I think we're caught up now on things. And we've got ourselves, where's our, oh actually, oh here we go. Yeah, this is the new army that we're working on. I think I've got 5 of these painted up now. My Mahood riders. We'll start we'll start to work on some of our infantry too. Sorry about that. And of course, we have a huge Easterling army. We've also been working on a lot of Last Alliance stuff, so Numenorians. Started working on the elves too. So we've done a lot of 3D printed stuff, and of course, every so often, we also do a little bit of sculpting. Just like this right here. So this is a beefy chiefy there for my Easterlings. So basically a Mordor troll, but with an Easterling thing. Thank you, theme. Thank you so much, Kelly Goblin. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And of course, what we have ourselves, I believe, a level 4 hype train to level 5 hype train. Hey there, Deck Knight. Nice to see you. Now that this hype train's coming right at you. There it is. Whoa, look out. Look out. Get out of the way of that hype train coming right at you. Thank you so much, Kelly Goblin. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, sometimes they're 3D printed again, like our Davale Warg Riders right here. Sometimes we actually use other miniatures. We did paint, let's see, Faramir and Friends, right? Damrod, Madril, and Faramir. We painted up those 3 also on stream. So thanks again, Kelly Goblin. Appreciate that. Now, let's start to get a little bit lighter here, shall we? Maybe a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale here. That's going to be more bluish, so we need to go warmer out here. Let's go with a warmer light out here. And then we'll use something like our radiant blue here with the vial. And again, we use their little flashlight, like so. Right, and that kind of gives us a little bit of a hint as to how the light just might work there. Hey there, Lord Elrond, how you doing? Again, this is the purveyor of the Middle-earth Protection Agency right here. Also painted him up on stream. There is a YouTube, kind of a shortened YouTube version of that one right there. So how you doing there, Lord Elrond? Nice to see you, of course. Again, what does the Middle-earth Protection Agency do? If you got a problem, it makes the problem go away. Yes, we do also have Dark Queen Galadriel, who does actually have the ring, because after she fed poor Alex the Cave Troll 20 loaves of lambus bread, it's like, I thought you were a nice lady. Yeah, man, she gives me the, get out of my scene, get out of my scene. Don't eat 20 loaves of lambus bread at once. Get out of my scene. So thank you very much. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. So yeah, this is, I have a regular size version of this too. This is from the Printing Goes Ever On. We've got a regular size version of that. We want to print that one out too. Actually, no, it's already printed out. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Lord Elron. Of course, we want Elron to be doing very, very well. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, that paint, that new paint, it has some interesting possibilities, but it's kind of it's one of those irritating ones where unfortunately it's kind of a slimy, as the saying goes, kind of like the Holbein paint. So you won't be seeing it all the time. It's just not going to be terribly effective for regular use, but maybe for things where we're painting only part of it in one session or stream, or well, we always paint everything in a stream, so it only ever really be used in regular videos. I do have it on the palette here. We'll try to use it. It's actually part of that other video. So yeah, that is again, we're going to try and get this color. Here it is. So while it is rated opaque, I can see why I never used zinc white. Zinc white is rather useless, and that's what's in there instead of titanium white. So yeah, unfortunately, if they had used titanium white instead of the zinc white, I have to figure out what the other stuff is. It might actually be quinacridone magenta in there. I don't know. But there was always a reason why I never used zinc white, and well, now we know why. Because it stinks. Ah, look at that. See, Green Fairy Studios can attest that it's pretty meh, right? Very much meh. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Everybody, please give Eridican wife a follow. And Erid, of course, if you want to post your Pinterest links there. Sorry, I forgot to ask you to do that already. But if you want to post those, that'd be fabulous. Hey there, Halligan. How you doing? Now we're going to start to put in some of our lighting. So you can see it's already going to have quite the effect. Now we got to come back and we got to reinvigorate this a bit. Let me see. So there's black 4.0. I've used the black 3.0. It's good stuff. Now the standard size container is I think it's about 26 bucks or so for the standard size job, 4 ounces, 6 ounce, whatever it is. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Here, let me get to a little bit more, and we'll just do one last hype train here. Again, thanks to everybody for making that work. Appreciate that. And one more time. Now, Alex the Cave Troll just might take a liking to this, and he might try to eat this too. Who knows? There you go. So again, sorry that I couldn't stream last night. With the 5 inches of rain, that created issues. There was basically nobody spared here, pretty much. When you get that much rain in that few hours, it's going to zap everybody. And certainly had that effect here, although I was able to see that all of the work that I had done previously seemed to make a big difference. Doesn't seem to be anywhere near what it would have been a few years ago had this happened. Grand Oracle, all it does is make everything slimy. So yeah, zinc white is something. Well, I already have a million tubes of white. Now all the major roads here were all shut down. So any major highways, interstates, all closed multiple times during the day. Now this is as light as that can go. Right, it's as light as that can go. But we're trying to really focus here. Again, we saw where the light sort of concentrated. Well, we're trying to do the same thing here. So yeah, Grand Oracle, you're not going to see it too often. It's just, unfortunately, it's going to make it too situational. Now, fortunately, it's not an expensive color. It's only a Series 2. It's basically going to be used for things like busts, larger scale things where I'm probably going to be painting it in more than one session anyway. Other than that, again, I think it's going to have very limited use. Yeah, and you know what? I still haven't used the Radiant White yet. I have the Radiant White, but I have not had a chance to test that out directly. I'm certainly not going to get Zinc White to test it against because I'm fairly convinced now at what Zinc White is. Hey there, Elite. Nice to see you. Now, where's our other Galadriel here? One second. I just want to bring this in because... So I'm not going to do too much painting on the base right there because as you can see, it's kind of covered with a lot of foliage and ground cover. These are the same bog myrtle bushes right here. Those are from Make It Epic Basing, just like our birch trees are. Now here's another example of, again, 3D printed bits. This is our Legolas figure, more bog myrtle bushes, and then nice little 3D printed tree right there. Where's our Aragorn? Again, this is our Aragorn Aemon Sul 3D printed basing bit right there, so I didn't have to do a whole bunch of extra work on that. So yeah, you're not going to see too much of that, unfortunately. I just don't think there's really all that much purpose behind it. Now I'm going to actually take some of the almost yellow right here, and we're gonna, there we are. Because I'd like to lighten this a little bit, but also not have it be this cooler color right here. So yeah, I know there's been a few people asking me if I had tried Zinc White. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this was enough of a test, and it failed it big time. So we won't be, we're not going to intentionally be getting Zinc White, that's for sure. I might end up in something, but yeah, we're not going to be fooling around with that pretty much ever again. You got to try things. You have to try things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't work right away. I remember Indian Yellow. I was a little bit of, I don't know about this Indian Yellow. And then we kind of gave it a little bit more of a try, and then I realized, oh, okay, this has a whole lot of potential to it. So again, thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the cheers. Thank you so much. I'm going to actually try a little bit of the... There we go. Finally have some indigo going here. That's better. Because I want to try and get a little bit of a cooler light over here. Just cool this down just a bit. And I tried, basically I tried to test these things out so that you don't have to invest the funds and go, well, that didn't work so well. Thank you so much, Dio. Appreciate that. If everybody could please give Diomedes Industries a follow, that would be sensational. Thanks so much, Dio. Appreciate that. And thank you so much, Julia, for that follow. Along comes again off, and she's like, seriously, dude, spoiler alert. You pass into shadow. It's like, well, I ate too much of that lambus bread, and I kind of did pass a little bit. He's like, no, I mean like you die. It's like, ugh. This story just gets worse and worse. How you doing? She made beans. How you doing? Nice to see you. So again, this is another 3D printed miniature. Thank you so much. She made me beans. Appreciate that. This is another 3D printed Galadriel. This one here has a little bit of object source lighting in it with that vial of the Light of Galadriel there. But same thing with the 3D printed bits around it. Same idea. This is from RN Estudios, just like our last stream. Right here. So there's Aragorn at Aemon Sul. A little, once again, object source lighting right there. Now, speaking of 3D printing, along comes a Big Jim Slade. Everybody please give Diomedes Industries and Big Jim Slade a follow. Says, hey, lady, do you have a quarter? It's like, no, I don't have a quarter. We don't use money in Lothlorien. It's like, what about that shiny bottle in your hand? It's like, well, that's not really for sale. He's like, well, I wasn't going to sell it yet. How you doing there, Big Jim? Nice to see you, Arathu. Thank you so much, Julia. So here's some other of our, again, we've got a whole army that we've done with Dol Amroth. This was a converted Prince Imrahil that we made. Just a little bit of freehand, just a bit there. So that's our Dol Amroth army. Again, we have done plenty of stuff for Lord of the Rings. Let's see. So yeah, Halligan, it just really wasn't happening for me. That's for sure. It's just funny that I've never actually used it before. And this is what we're talking about here. Let me shove this out of the way. So this was a new color that I hadn't tried before, and so we did a little bit of a color chart thing here. This is the Pale Rose Blush. We did a bit of a color chart with some of our typical colors. Something told me right away when I saw all this right here that, oh, this color is kind of weak for something that's opaque. And then when I actually used it on the bust itself, I went, oh, yeah, okay, that is weaker than I expected it to be. Also very much, well, the term we use is slimier. So unfortunate, but, not every color can be Egyptian violet, that's for sure. So Arathu, nice to see you there. And again, everybody please give Leaguer Dragon, Big Jim Slade a follow. And of course, of course, let's also give Diomedes Industries a follow. Dio, if you wanted to share the link, well, the link to your Etsy there. Now let's see, was today today wasn't a, no, because I know you're alternating between reading streams and other extremes. See what I did there? Doing the, and of course you have the new charity thing going, so thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate that. Pura Vida, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Thanks so much for being here. Now, see, we can start to add some of our lightest light here. We also did, again, a little bit of a pin line wash there just to get a little bit of dark in here. Now we're going to try and really hit this lighter again to show where that vial of Galadriel actually is shining its light. Now this is the, yeah, Green Fairy and Halligan, why would I trade the fast matte white for anything else? Even the quick dry white, wouldn't trade that for, well, anything else. Even regular titanium white. The only time I use titanium white is just for color charts, just to save all my good, well, stuff for miniatures. So these are the birch trees right here. Where's our Kathy miniature? Here we go. So this had really special significance here, much like the Oxalis did, because Kathy's family's cabin has tons of birch trees around it. And I actually picked up some of the birch bark from off of the ground and started doing paintings on it. So even to this day, they still collect birch bark. They actually sent me a few more pieces of birch bark just for my birthday. So glad you were able to get those done, and now maybe you can just kind of hang out and relax for just a bit. Again, this is a 3D printed miniature from RN Estudios. Yeah, let's do a little bit more of, again, the lighting side of things here. There we go. Again, just to kind of show off the light of that. And again, thank you so much for posting the link to the GoFundMe campaign. That is, well, that's going to be even more important because the 5 inches of rain also reminded me that there was a couple of more, wanted to do the waterproofing in a couple of other places. So again, the GoFundMe campaign, that is kind of a long-term solution there. So we appreciate anybody that has contributed to that. I mean, it's nothing that's as crucial as some of the other things, but that's what the whole idea behind that is. It's a longer term solution. Now let me take my blending brush to this here. So again, sorry that I haven't had a chance to join you guys. I would have tried to do that, except, well, again, minor disruption with the 5 inches of rain. So again, anybody else that got hit by that, hopefully they're also okay. Let me get some more of my light down here. So this is just the fast matte white, but we also have to start getting some warmer colors over here. A couple of darker colors, but definitely emphasize more of the warm colors here on the non-object source lighting side.
So say we all.
And thank you so much, Neroni. Appreciate that. As for no, I was going to say Neuro 1, but I'm going to say Neroni. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That is 4 months worth of subscriptions there. Thank you so much. And hopefully, well, I would imagine that, well, if you live in this city, you're not going to be getting any sleep for at least the next 3 nights or so. Because, like I said, if the whatever fireworks you're blowing off don't register as a low-grade nuclear test, then you're just not trying. So, yeah, firecrackers and all that kind of stuff, that's what they give to the kids that are still in strollers, not able to walk around very much. Pretty much anybody above the age of 3 is just walking around with sticks of dynamite in their hands. So yeah, Arathu, at some point that will finally happen, because, well, I really would enjoy that for sure and appreciate it. Now here's what's going to start working in again. Some of the warmers, a little bit of our yellows here. Nothing super fancy for right now, just almost going to practically dry brush those in. But you can see we're really sort of following what our little flashlight told us to do there. So you might be able to hear some of that sound there in the background. Of course, it's only 9:30, so they're just kind of getting started with that. Now this is the pale rose blush in person here. Now I'm trying it on this miniature so that I can sort of augment the video just a little bit. Trying it here to see, well, does it act a little bit different on a miniature maybe than it does on the bust? No, it kind of acts exactly the same. So it's pretty much, to me, doing the exact same thing here as it was doing on that bust. I just thought, well, maybe if there's just less paint being applied because, well, miniature instead of bust. But it is most definitely slimy, so we can confirm that. Oh yeah, because actually Green Fairy, when I started to use the Brilliant Yellow Pale to do some of the highlights and stuff, it was like going back into a whole different world, well, a familiar world, actually. So much nicer, yeah. So we're just going to ditch that, and we're just going to go straight to our regularly scheduled stuff here. Again, the Terra Rosa mixed with the Brilliant Yellow Pale. If I need to make it redder, I'll just add a little bit of naphthol and be done with it. It's just the extra hassle that's created to essentially get a color that's really not all that different than what you could make. Why bother? Really, it is not worth it. So here again, I'm going to use some Terra Rosa in there. Now I'm zoomed in as far as I can be. I just thought I could manage to zoom in a little bit more, but no, we're zoomed in as much as we can. So again, thanks to everybody for all the bits, the subs, and the follows and the cheers. I believe we got to a level 4 hype train, right, Grand Oracle? And thank you so much for that. Appreciate that, everybody that contributed to that. Yeah, let's get a little bit of this down here. So this actually was the golds. There's a little bit of a pinline wash that I used for the golds on that bust that I was showing you earlier. Now we're going to try and warm this up again a little bit here, like so. So thank you so much, Purvita. Appreciate that. No other here is going to show up there. All right, let's get some of that here. Maybe a bit more of that up here too. All right. Right, and now on our a little bit of the asphaltum. Let's get our asphaltum out there, as we like to say here sometimes. More of a pinline wash, I suppose. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, nothing crazy. Here, let me see if we can start to darken down some of these areas of our birch trees. Again, birch trees are very, very interesting. You can see the peeled bark right here. The bark actually literally does peel off the trees, which is why you can kind of harvest that stuff and it makes a really good painting surface, I have to say. A surprisingly good painting surface. So we got 2/3 to a level 9 then. That's fantastic. Hey there, Clover. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Hopefully you are doing really, really, really well. Hopefully everybody is. Hopefully everybody's going to have themselves a lot of fun tomorrow. Whether that's a combination of doing, well, fireworks type things, or maybe on the table type fireworks, or maybe a little bit of D&D fireworks or RPG stuff. Again, I hope everybody has a chance to have lots of fun. So yes, at some point, Rathu, Big Jim, and Dio will try and get in there to join you guys. Most likely again on a Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. Yeah, this should also get a little bit of our dark right there. So now we're starting to set up a little bit more of our lighting here. Here, let me get back to some more of my gold there. Yeah, looking to create a few little edges here. And we can still come back with our light color again. Nothing's stopping us from doing that. Here, where's my blending brush right here? Right, so, and then we'll take some of the, I think some of the radiant yellow and such, work in there. We can get some more of our light down here too. Now, I'm glad that you're able to do that, Arathu, that's for sure. Hopefully places that, well, more convenient for on several different levels. Alright, let me do more of my light down here. So it's going to creep down this way. Get our little light so you can see that's what I'm looking to do there, is where the light is showing down there. Here, let's do this again. So you can kind of see on our, I almost said our oxalis plant, but there on our bog myrtle bush and such. Now, when I do put the foliage on there, I will have to shoot a little bit of this light on there, but that's fine. No big deal. Here, I'm going to let a little bit of the blue work its way into that. Right here. Also here. And let's get a couple more of those. Then, once again, we'll take a blending brush here. This is the advantage of the oils, where I just slap some color on there now. Take another brush, just start pushing that around. Oh, that was the thing that I noticed on that bust. So I went to do the usual, right? Plop the color on there, push it around. It was so slimy you couldn't do that. I mean, you literally could not do that. It was basically more like the was that the Marion Street fluorescent paints? It was more like using those, and I went, I mean, it's not like I hate using those, right? But they can be a little bit persnickety. And again, this stuff can be very persnickety for sure. Yeah, Arathu, that's for sure. Because you never know when someone's just going to say, all right, everybody out of here. This is going to be this now. And if it's just yours, that's a whole different thing. So again, I would suggest folks get ready to be hearing some fireworks, because it's almost like it is July 4th. It's not, but in their minds, apparently it is. So if that kind of shows up in the background, I don't think it's going to really too much, but it could make me suddenly, the brush might go flying out of my hand very suddenly. Let's put it that way. Because, again, they're not your typical little fireworks. These are more like tactical battlefield nuclear weapons. Now, let me see if I can get a little bit of the eyes here. There we go. See if we can lighten up a little bit more of the face. So I think was that the rose blush or whatever, you're not going to be seeing that on anything smaller than something like a bust. So as I said during the video, this is not a color that I'm ever going to recommend. It's not terribly expensive. It's only, I almost said level 2. It's only a series 2. Still thinking hype train there. It's only a series 2, but even at that price, still too specialized, I would say. Here, let me get the top of this a little bit more on the side here too. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, gotta thin that down some more. Too much gobs of paint on that brush. And just because the robe is white and the object source lighting is white, something's got to give. You can't have white on top of white. You really don't get much shading that way. What's going to happen is, well, this is going to be light. However, you're going to have to create some shadow there. Doesn't matter. I know people say, but their robe is white. Yeah, well, wear a white t-shirt. Go into a darkened room or whatever, shine a flashlight on yourself and see just how white your t-shirt is. The light, yes, that's going to be white. Your t-shirt, not so much. So again, just because the t-shirt is white, it's going to be white depending on the light hitting it. Put it in a darkened room, not quite so white anymore. And again, Megan, if you wanted to show off your newest figure there, that'd be spectacular. Thanks for sending me that. Sorry I didn't get a chance to, again, react to it sooner. It's been kind of a recovery day, so I'll show you I'll send you the pictures and you'll kind of get an idea of what kind of malarkey was going on here. Now again, I want to take that, push that down. See if we can get, again, some of the light along the edges there. So you can see our birch tree here, nowhere near what these guys are going to get. And we'll be making more adjustments as we go along. Oh, by the way, we're only 47 minutes into this. Minor detail that I should mention there. 47 minutes ago, this was just primer, and that's it. I'm just saying, that's you could have the ability to do things just this quickly, or you could do it the other way and, well, maybe take a little bit longer, right? Green Fairy, Oracle, Landrast, could just take a little bit longer the other way. It's up to you, always up to you. Certainly not up to me, your miniature, your way. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of my light up here on this. Nope, too much. Not the right one. Let's use this one instead. And we'll just have to darken this down here. Again, didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. No big deal, right? Just gonna wipe it out again and do it one more time. Why not? What's the big deal? Actually, that's way too much of the brilliant yellow pale. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see you. Hopefully your morning is off to a good start. It's kind of an early morning right now, that's for sure. So Doji, I just finished another tutorial video. It was trying out that pale rose blush, which unfortunately, let's put it this way, Doji, you can save your money. It's really not worth you trying to find it and get it. Yeah, sadly, you're just kind of better off using the stuff we already use, the Terra Rosa mixed with the Brilliant Yellow Pale. Again, we learn things all the time. We try new things, and then we say, does this really work any better? Is it any much of an improvement? Ah, thanks, Pura Vida. Oh, actually, Pura Vida, you reminded me of potential new Book of Wapple saying it was something along the lines of try to turn happy accidents into happy techniques, because obviously those are a little bit more permanent than a happy accident. So yeah, that was something that I'm trying to figure out for the Book of Wapple to get a nice little saying there. So yeah, here's where we try to use that pale rose blush again, maybe on something bigger like this, and this is the figure that we used. Well, the bust that you can see the difference in size, right? Even at this size, it was still difficult to work with. So I'm gonna say Ixnay on that color. Now Doji, we still didn't get a chance to try the two other ones yet. So don't worry, there might still be more opportunities for other paints to emerge. Might still happen. Oh, that's fantastic, Hell again. Believe it or not, I have to ditch this new fancy chair that I got. Yeah, the new fancy chair. Well, what's really crazy is outside of the table and the camera boom, everything is going to be as it was. The chair, the lights, even the camera, the mic, everything is back to the way it was before I even started the big redo. Now, that's only this one area, of course. Now, the desk is significantly better by like orders of magnitude. So I'm glad that I did it. It's just I was kind of hoping that some of the other stuff would have worked better. So there are 4 sets instead of just the 3. I think I got kind of confused by that too. I seem to remember maybe I was like, well, I thought I had that volume, but it says volume 4. Here, I'm going to try again, throw some more of our light here. Here, let's get the chin, perhaps a little bit more of that. But yeah, you can definitely ditch the pale rose blush. Don't need to search for that. And I was really liking the color, but when I did the color charts, something was a little bit odd in that every single color overwhelmed it. You can see just how quickly it got overwhelmed. That's always kind of a warning sign. However, usually the way I see that is this way, right here. I typically see it as a darker color being overwhelmed by the lighter ones. So that's how many times do I say do those color charts? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that RN Studio also had an Olifant. I wonder if I have that file. I probably do somewhere. I swear, if I get myself another one of those I should just get a bunch of Sonic Mini 4Ks and then just have them all printing out parts of larger things. Instead of trying to screw around with getting a larger printer and making whole separate build plates for it and all that ridiculousness. So yeah, Grand Oracle here in Chicago, you won't be able to drive down the streets for 2-3 days. Well, that is unless you want to actually get blown up. So not advisable to be driving anywhere here over the next, well, from tonight till whatever the 5th is. So Valfair, we've contemplated if Naples Yellow is a possible substitute for Brilliant Yellow Pale. It's interesting, but it's definitely not Brilliant Yellow Pale. I know that's not exactly a direct answer there, but that's about the best we've been able to figure out so far. is that it has possibilities, just not, it's definitely not brilliant yellow pale. So yeah, JP, well that's why we've got our Dark Queen Schmeladriel, which I still do have to get, and I have one printed out, the basically the 28 millimeter version of our Dark Queen Schmeladriel. I'll have to definitely get a nice little base going for that. Where's the, here we go. Well, Grand Oracle, they have all those, they're all in those parts anyway. It's not like I'm cutting them into the parts. So if I have to print them in parts no matter what, maybe instead of me trying to shove them all into one printer, maybe I should just say the heck with it and just have 3 Sonic Mini 4Ks all just running all at the same time. I'll definitely be able to crank out basing bits and infantry faster that way, that's for sure. Now our Bog Myrtle Bush, here, let me do a little bit more on those two. By the way, we're still not even an hour in here. Well, of course, Galadriel banished the Necromancer, which we did a little diorama of, and I actually have I think I even have the 28 millimeter version of this too, also printed out. There's our Galadriel versus the Necromancer. Now that one was printed basically about 52 millimeters there, or 54, whatever. So that was a fun little diorama that we did. Maybe we'll try and do something like that, but in 28 mil. So Grand Oracle, yeah, you'll have to, because you did the first one right with the filberts, them being deceived. 9 filberts to the humans and 7 filberts to the dwarves. You'll have to shoot me. You have to shoot me your text there on that, because that was really fun for the filbert brushes. So JP, hopefully you're doing well. Nice to see you. Yeah, we'll throw a little bit more light on the edges of these, like so. Okay, I'm going to try and work in a little bit more of my yellow here. Now again, trying to get to my stupid scene there. So for whatever reason, the mouse is back to basically not clicking on anything. It's because I clicked on my scene 3 times, and it wasn't until the 4th time, when I had to go back and click on it again, that it finally did anything. Alright, here, let's do some more with our light color down here.
So say we all.
Yep, that's definitely the one there, Grand Oracle. That's it. Thank you so much, Beef in the Hole. That is 3 baker's dozen there. Thank you so much, Beef in the Hole. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing really well. Yeah, JP, I know there's some folks that are sort of, yeah, and then some folks that are just So hopefully it's going to be on the plus side for you, that's for sure. Let me see if I can get a little bit of the darker color there on the lips. We'll just come back with our lighter stuff here. What the heck? Do the same over here. Can always then make things lighter. Here, let's take some of the radiant magenta here. Radiant magenta. Mix that up with a little bit of our, just a touch of the Fanchon red. So nice to see you again there, Beef in the Hole. Appreciate you being here as always, and thank you so much for the sub. Now trying to lighten up that face just a bit more. Maybe trying to remove a little bit of the harshness of some of our bluer light. We'll come back with some more of that. We needed to lose a little bit of that. Let me see if I can come out with a little bit more of my lighter brilliant yellow pale / terra rosa here. Like that. That's too much. Too much. No big deal. That's what a blending brush is for. And now it's all blended in there. No big deal. No fuss. No muss. Again, I hope everybody's having lots of fun here on their, well, 4th of July Eve, as it is. Oh, I might try to do a stream tomorrow night, maybe. Because filming, that's going to be, yeah, filming not good. It actually might be better just to try and stream. Because otherwise, it's just going to be, with the filming, I'll just try and do something where it doesn't really matter if the brush goes flying out of my hand. Let's put it that way. Now we still haven't used our, believe it or not, the lightest light yet. Of course, we're trying to save that for as long as possible. It's the same thing with that bust. So yeah, normally Tuesday night would be a filming night, but we also didn't get the chance to stream on Saturday or Sunday, so it'll be a bit of a makeup stream too. So yeah, JP, sometimes there's fuss and muss, sometimes there's only fuss, sometimes there's only muss. And again, thank you so much for the sub there, appreciate that. Let me see if I can get a little bit of my blue in here. Some of the Prussian blue. Actually, I'm just going to go with a cough drop here. Because again, all of this stuff that I did down in the basement with the water, I think that's having an effect here. Okay, that's got a little, little bit of Prussian blue in it there. And we're going to throw a little bit of that over here as well. Maybe even some of that down here. Just a tiny, tiny little bit. It's almost as if we were doing a dry brush here. Do a little bit more here. So we'll either paint some more of our Mahood riders or something like that, I think, on a stream tomorrow night. Again, it's any kind of filming, that would be very difficult to say the least, I think, with all of the pyrotechnics that are going to happen here. Again, at least with this streaming, we're kind of doing enough of our own fun and games and hype trains and everything else here that it's not really going to matter too much. Now, let me see if I can hit this a little bit lighter here. If we can. Boy, you would swear that it is the 4th of July already, given the level of noise and everything around here. Alright, let me do some more again. This is my white here. Top of that bus, so now you can really see the difference that that little bit of Prussian blue made. So here it's still only 9:56 p.m. on July 3rd. And this has been going on since about 3:56 p.m. on July 3rd, which wasn't all that, well, the only thing that cut it down yesterday was the 5 inches of rain. Otherwise, it would have been the same thing yesterday. And again, I don't mind because it's somebody else paying all that money for the fireworks. I just get to see them. Works for me, because that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. So pretty much here, at least 2 or 3 houses on every block. have this kind of fireworks display that you would see in a municipal setting or something like that, set to music, everything else, and they last about a half an hour, 45 minutes long each. Boy, sorry that the internet has been wonky for you there. Glad that it's back up again though. Fine, I'll let a little bit of that leach over to that side now. So yeah, it would have been there would have been more last night for sure, but that just kind of there was too many people cleaning up after what happened during the day. So yeah, Doji. I did take some videos just literally looking out the front door. Wasn't even outside, and people couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just again, just out the front door, not even outside the door. So Pure Vita says that there's a wee bit of noise going on now over there. Obviously, the folks with pets, that's kind of the biggest thing, because they're not going to like that. They're not all about the loud noises, especially given that their hearing is orders of magnitude better than ours. Let me see if I can't get a little smidge. There we go. A little bit smidge more of our light going this way. A little bit more on the top there. And then let me see if I can get some more of my lightest white back here. Oh yeah, we see it can still get a little bit lighter there. You can see the difference between this side and our tree over here. And yeah, and Sarge, those are just printed up at normal size, but I really need to print these out at least a couple of sets. One at 1/3 larger, and then another one at least double the size. For short, and not even just for 72 mil stuff, just for regular dioramas. Valfira, that would not surprise me at all. In fact, it would surprise me if that wasn't happening more often. It'd surprise me if that wasn't happening. So I'm sure that's going to probably be keeping you awake, though. I don't know. Hopefully you've kind of maybe reached a stage there in the whole process of that where maybe there's a little bit less of the scraping is. I don't know if you got maybe one or two more of those left. I don't even know. Or maybe you're actually all done with those. You know what? This actually still needs to get hit by the light from the vial there. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Yeah, this is the latest video that I just finished filming minutes before I started the stream. And this testing out a new color here, just seeing what that was going to do. And I'm going to edit this tonight, and that'll go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. So boy, Valfira, I was okay. I'm glad I wasn't too far off. So glad that you're just at the last one of those, never to have to deal with anything like that ever again. That's for sure. Let's see if I can soften that just a bit. Same thing here. Which might mean that I need to get a little bit of the thinner mixed into that. Something more like this. Yeah, I think that's working pretty well now. I'm gonna try and do some dark hair. Try and do something with the eyes. Indigo, maybe. some indigo here. See what we can do again to create something for the eyes. There's one. There's our other one. Hey there, Laminas. Nice to see ya. Sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you another message. Well, yesterday was all kinds of crazy. So, although I have to say I have made the determination that the basement area, I'm not even going to try and film anything down there. Not going to try and film anything at all. So it's really going to be more of a dedicated printing area, which is why I might just get myself more Sonic Mini 4Ks and have 3 or 4 of them all working at once. Hey there, Blades. Everybody also please give Blades a follow. How you doing? Nice to see ya. Yeah, hell again, that is definitely something that's going to be a bit of a problem there for sure. But Lamines, nice to see you too. And again, everybody please give Blades a follow if you could. So Blades, hopefully your stream was really fun. And of course, Blades, if you want to share the Hackin/Fig. Oh, and also too, so Kelly, when that gets shared, if you want to also then share the Etsy link to that too, that'd be sensational. Yeah, I need to, here, let me get some of this. Well, let's just make that darker. I wasn't initially going to, but I think maybe we do need to actually get a little bit of shadow there to show that that light's actually reflecting there. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Blades. And again, everybody please give Blades a follow. So yeah, Lamines, I'm just going to give up on trying to make any sort of filming areas down there. It's literally just going to be for pretty much nothing else but storage, exercise, and printing, and that's about it. Because if, with the new garage, if that's going to be the place where I do all the foam cutting, then there's no reason to be doing that downstairs either. Yeah, Laminas, basically what I'm going to do is disassemble their tables made out of steel studs. I'll just take those apart and repurpose the steel studs and drill them right into the wall, because I actually did make a mat cutting table in that way. So I'm just going to basically then make a whole bunch of shells for terrain and that sort of stuff. And well, that way Laminessa could have a space for a Saturn, because right now there would be nowhere for it to go. But if I was to do this change, then there would be actually room for something like that. Again, so everybody please give Blades a follow if you could. Now, Doji, I'm guessing that you're going to have to be heading off to work. Hopefully not a super long day. Alright, again, see, we're starting to build up all of our nice little shading stuff there. What about here? We need to get some darks in there, I think. Let me take one of my usual blending brushes here. Some Van Dyke brown, and we'll just do the dry brushy thing, especially under here. There we go. So the darker that gets, the lighter that's going to get. Here we are. Well, I'm pretty much, I'm anchored here, Lamines. Yeah, I'm very much anchored here. I think I've driven somewhere once since May. Yeah, that was to the one little memorial service type thing. Well, those, yeah, hopefully again you can have a few minutes of chilling out, watching this here, and then have to go off to work. Is that Lamines? I remember when what the heck is it? The Mono X showed up here, and that box was shockingly big. I mean, because obviously I'm used to seeing the Sonic Mini 4K, and that thing showed up, and I went, "What the heck is in here? A sofa?" So I would imagine that the Saturn is about the same size, right, as the Mono X. So I can only imagine the size of that box. That's got to be enormous. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm really hoping that we can kind of get things established here, because that's, well, I'll shoot you some pictures of yesterday and, well, the aftermath of the 5 inches of rain that happened in a few hours. So that's again what's determined that there's just no point in trying to do anything special down in the basement. Just keep it simple, keep it safe. Let me see. I'm gonna get
So say
some of
we
my
all.
Prussian blue right here. Oh, geez, Toshi, thanks. Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. We're gonna have to be refreshing that awful soon. We're running mighty low on that medicine there. I'm running mighty low on the medicines. Now we have to just start doing some stuff over here too. We have a whole lot of nothing there. Actually, now Laminas, the Jupiter thing, that has, once you got that all locked in, right, that has been working really, really well, I'm pretty sure. Here, let me just get my paper towel again here. 1 second. Here. Just get some of the junk out of this. Well, Pura Vida, I'm really hoping, again, that you can have yourself some fun here over the next few days. Again, everybody gets to maybe paint some miniatures, play some games, do both, because that would be sensational. So yeah, well, and of course Twitch is just kind of, well, it's twitchy, right? Twitch is weird, and Twitch is very twitchy. Alright, so there we go. Now we've got some more of the, again, the blue worked into that. Now down over here, though, we need to get some kind of warmer stuff going on. I'm going to try some of this and whatever the heck this is. Well, you have a good night, Pura Vida. Again, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. And Blades, actually, again, if you haven't had a chance to post your Kathy miniature there yet, if you wanted to do that, be fantastic. And of course, again, if Kelly, if you wanted to post that the Etsy link there again to the Hack and Slash miniatures, we appreciate them doing the tribute miniature. All right, through some of the darker stuff in there. Now let's get some more of our light down in there. And I'd also like to have it be a little bit on the warmer side. So we're actually going to add a little bit of our yellow to that. Now, again, for me, 8K, 10K is less crucial. I know they do tremendous detail and all that kind of stuff, but that the things that I'm doing in general, that's not quite as big of a deal. Alright, now we're going to get ourselves a little bit lighter down in here. They definitely do some interesting stuff. Now, and Luminous, I have the dragon is put together. It is put together, so I'll be trying to do a basing video for that. Well, sort of a diorama type video, whatever. See what we can do with that, getting that down on a nice base. Geez, Sarge, sorry that that's being really painful for you there. Again, just throw in some of this kind of lighter yellowy type color here. We want it to be warmer there, and obviously we want that cooler Light of Galadriel over there. Oh, thanks, Luminous. And also to the, oh gosh, and of course I just forgot the name of the bust. I have the figure. Well, I have 99% of that figure. Remember, I went to put it together, and I went, how did I not print out the face? I mean, maybe I did, and I just lost it, but I have all of the other pieces, the discs, the headdress, everything, the wings. For whatever reason, I just don't have the stupid face. That's not what we wanted there. So, oh look, blending brush, boom. All gone. And we'll do a bit more over here. Now back to this side, and maybe just something that's almost straight up, brilliant yellow, pale here on the robe. I couldn't believe, now it could have again, potentially, since I didn't have some of the little storage containers that I do now and none of the shelving units that I do now. Again, courtesy of all the folks from the Amazon wish lists. So I do appreciate everybody that sent stuff via those. That made a huge difference on all kinds of, and it's still making a difference even today. So don't think like that was all for nothing, because it made a colossal difference then and still is actually having an impact now. So it's much appreciated. Actually, if anything, I'm going to be needing to make and get more shelving units once especially once that new potentially colossal work area called the garage is created. Here, I'm going to throw a little bit of my yellow there, but now, where's that? Well, there's not too much of our radiant violet there. It's mostly used up. I'm going to try and find some light here on our birch trees. Yeah, these are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. I'm going to lighten this up too. Like so. Do some more down here. Now again, we want this to, fortunately, this being back here, that the light's really not impacting things too much back here. So we have a little bit of leeway back here. Here, not so much, right? If I make this too light, these things are not going to have very much of an impact at all. We need some of this here again to indicate that it's a little bit lighter, because it's birch tree after all. But it can't be too much. More this way. Here. All right. Do I want to see? I was tempted to make that lighter up there, but if this gets lighter, then this is where as light as it can be. I cannot lighten that anymore. That's the extent of it. And I've talked about this a couple of times. Yes, the robes are white. Yes, the hair is very light blonde. It does not matter. It really doesn't matter, because you know, wear a white t-shirt, go into a dark room. First of all, see just how dark your white t-shirt is, then shine a flashlight on it. And that's also going to point out just how light and dark will influence things. And there's a little bit of a, well, it looks like kind of a bracelet thing happening over here. Might even throw some of this almost straight up yellow here on her robe. Again, just trying to make this a warmer color opposed to that cooler color right there. We appreciate all of our little hobbits. Gandalf certainly did. Thank you so much. Who's your hero? I appreciate that. On comes Gandalf, and she says, for you being dead, there certainly are a lot of you. It's like, what do you mean dead? There was 5 of us. She's like, oh, pff, you really gonna count the blue wizards? It's like, yeah, I heard that the Easterlings did really bad things to them. Like, I mean, like really nasty, like alien probe stuff. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Who's your hero? Boy, Halligan. Oh, I wish I could show you. There's a couple of. If you look at the blog, you'll see some of my wolf paintings that have the birch trees, and that was a really fun thing to have in the backdrop behind them. So there was more than one painting I did, and of course, then I painted wolves on birch bark. That was really, really, really fun. I highly recommend that. Now, of course, most folks are not going to have the easy access to birch bark that I did, so that might be a little bit more problematic for you. But again, don't be surprised if one day you actually see me on stream or whatever painting on birch bark. Now here I am just going to utilize a little bit of that color we were just talking about. That's that rose blush stuff. Mostly because I'm just doing a little bit of a dry brush of that stuff there. So Vic, the range of colors is always going to be far greater with the oils, orders of magnitude greater, because the oils are far more vibrant. That if you go back, where's the Wapelius spell brush figure that we did? Well, I don't have the. Oh, I have the new one here. But the other old Wapelius spell brush figure I had done one in a couple in acrylics, and then we did the same color scheme in the oils. And it seriously looked like the acrylic version had been just put in direct sunlight for 100 years and it was all faded out in comparison to the oils. So it's only going to be the other way around. If there's something going to be something you couldn't do, it would be in acrylics as opposed to the oils. Because again, the oils are far more pigmented, richer, everything else, and they're also gonna, well, they're far more durable, definitely gonna last longer. Well, Doji, if you want to look at self-torture, check out the old painting pyramid video of me actually carving a mosaic tile floor, literally one piece of mosaic tile at a time, carving it out, and it's a base not much bigger than this. So yeah, how again the birch trees? I didn't have to rip it off the trees. It was just sitting there on the ground. Just picked it up and kind of smoothed it out and did some painting on it. Absolutely, again the birch tree stuff. There's a little bit of preparation that you got to do, but once you've got a piece ready to go, it actually makes a very nice painting surface. Now, of course, the difference is you're going to have to pin that down to something. It's almost like watercolor paper, right, Halligan? Because, well, it starts out round. So you need to kind of flatten that out and kind of keep it flat. I would just, I would get shadow boxes for it as far as framing the stuff. Yeah, those, and of course I've got the if Bithron was here he would know what the Kickstarter was, but it was the one that had all of the doors and archways and windows that you could 3D print, slot and whatever, slice and slot I think is the name of it. That was a really nifty Kickstarter campaign. Again, that stuff I tried to make some build plates of that. It was just again, if I have multiple Sonic Mini 4Ks, that's one thing here. So everybody, please check out the link there by Doji. And on Halligan, if you wanted to share some of your historicals there. And of course, at Grand Oracle, if you wanted to share any of the stuff that you've done in the oils. And of course, again, Megan, if you wanted to share some of your links there. And of course, Arid, I don't know if you had a chance to share your Pinstagram, as we call it. But again, just now starting to work at a little bit more of our lights there, but obviously trying to make sure that this tree doesn't quite get even as light as these guys over here. Still working with the fast matte white for the most part here. Sometimes, just like with anything else, I have to just let the paint set, right? We have to just let it sit there, then come back and do some more cleanup work with it. Once again, that we were 90 minutes in. 90 minutes and 50 seconds in. And this was just primer 92 minutes ago. We've done a little bit since then, haven't we? Everybody please... Oh, you surprised me there, Megan. I thought that was your... That was your... whatchamacallit, your link tree there. And I looked and I went, when Megan has a GoFundMe, holy smokes, people need to know about that. Now, as we used to say here with Kathy and I, we said that was a foolie. Megan done a foolie right there. Now, Elite, it's there's a whole gamut. If you get an older one, they could be less than 200 hours. And by older one, I mean one that's only a couple of years old max. Maybe not even that old. Because the latest, greatest thing is coming out. Well, actually, 40 seconds ago, a whole new printer came out. By the time I finish this stream, there'll be 2 more generations of printers that have come out. Ah, there you go. So if Halligan, again, you want to check out Halligan's some historicals there. And Megan, thanks again for posting a link. I really appreciate that. Once again, we appreciate everybody that has contributed to that. And that's just going to be, well, as yesterday taught me, that's going to be an ongoing thing. There is months and months and months of work yet to go here to get this place to where it needs to be. So we appreciate all the folks that are trying to help that process. Now, actually, oh hey, Laminas, that the self-leveling printer is actually an ad for, I think it was an Anycubic printer popped up, and it was sort of emphasizing the whole self-leveling. I would imagine that's going to be something that every single printer will be self-leveling pretty soon. I could be wrong, but something tells me that's it's going to be one of those sort of things like, you know, cars that come with and without tires. The ones that have tires are somewhat more popular than those without. So Sarge, sorry that the internet keeps doing weird things on you there. And it just seems like there is no rhyme or reason to it. I'm going to try and lighten this up even a bit more, perhaps. I actually do have a fair amount of Prussian blue on the actual vial itself. Might have to throw some more of the fast matte white out there at a certain point. And then, of course, Dio has the special Kathy miniature. They're going to be sending me one of those. I'm going to try and do that for their little fundraiser. continue this way here. Let's lighten this up some more. That vial definitely would come all the way across right here. So Sarge says that the aliens, well, they don't know what it is that they're probing. So they're actually probing the internet connection. They think it's some weird form of life that they're probing. Eventually they'll figure it out and they'll get to the humans. Here, let's do a little bit more of our light here. Right there again. I just think that would come across and hit that. Now with the nose here. Also, I'm try to get a little more. Oh yeah, if I can get a little bit more light right there on the right underneath between the eyelid and the eyebrow. That's gonna be too much. I could just look at that and see there's too much thinner on that. Actually, when you watch that video that I just filmed, there was more than one occasion where I went, oh, well, yeah, that was a little bit more thinner than I thought. That's a bit too much of a pinline wash. Didn't really want a pinline wash in that spot. It happens. Let me do some more of our just up here. Where's my little flashlight? I just want to see. Oh, all right. So there should be a little bit on this tree too. No problem. We can do that. We can certainly do that. Wow, yeah, this is another example of where suddenly, for whatever reason, I thought today was Friday. It only makes sense because actually on Friday, remember I kept thinking it was Monday. The level of confusion here, very intense. Can never remember what day of the week it is. I just wish every day was a Tuesday. Tuesdays are magical days that don't count against the calendar. And if you need time to get caught up on anything, you say, today is Tuesday. So yeah, you could have 1 year with about 700 days in it because the other half of the 365 were all Tuesdays. Yeah, Doji, there was, yesterday was all kinds of Monday. All 5 inches of Monday. Yeah, Doji, I'll send you some pictures of what that kind of a Monday looked like. And believe it or not, I actually got off easy compared to many other folks. Well, like my sister, some folks had actual sewage in their houses. There, let me get a little bit more of the light here. Then, when in doubt, make things darker. That's in the Book of Wapple. Here we go. Let's grab some of this. Yes. I was looking at this as like just a wall of lighter things. None of those darker bands here like this that we need. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. And Mao89, how you doing? Well, finally, he says, oh, well, you're here. It's like the other guy, he passed in the shadow. He's like, yeah, Gandalf the Grey. I know what his name was. I've only been around here like 10,000 years. It's like, well, I'm kind of new here. Seriously. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Mal. I appreciate that. And thanks. Oh, hey, Ryan, if you wanted to post some of the things that you were painting in oils, of course, it's always fun. Always fun for folks to get to see what other people are doing with the oil paints, see what's possible. And Sarge, I don't know if you want to share any pictures of your new diorama or if you just want to kind of focus on the ones that you've already got going on there. But Ryan, this is the new video. that I just filmed earlier tonight, right before I started the stream. In fact, this is going to get edited and then rendered and put up on the Patreon page tomorrow. Yeah, all right, fine. I'm going to try and do it. I actually still have some of that color on the palette right here. I would definitely don't run out and get it, Ryan. Yeah, it's a little bit too situational. Now that might maybe change over the course of time if I really find some new way to use it that makes it more efficient. But right now, again, it's still too kind of a situational color there. So Ryan, that was the new, this one right here. Where did it go? Here it is. This thing weighs a ton. Now, of course, the white that's in here is zinc white, and that is one that I've never chosen to get to use as anything with zinc white. I just, for some reason, I kind of spaced on that, and now I'm realizing, yeah, this is why I never get anything with zinc white in it. Yeah, Vic, it does so many fantastic things, and even here, where's our so something like this, it was really easy to get those phthalo colors into the skin tone. All I had to do was just drop it in there, take a blending brush, and just do a little tap, tap, tap like that. And same thing here with this skin tone to be able to get all the greens and those other colors in there. And even this stuff right here. See, you got the magentas, the violets, and the browns and everything. Just makes things so much easier. Well, everything's easier with the oils, even the metallics, very much easier. So this is all done with every single part of this done with the metallics. And oh, where's our other? This is another one right here. This is another one of our videos here. So that was very fun. Also done with the metallics there. Let's see. That's fantastic, Halligan. Actually, everybody please check out the link that Halligan posted there. Now, Halligan, that wasn't, was it Ruben Terragosa? Or no, maybe that was, oh gosh, wasn't the guys from Big Child Creatives, was it? But everybody please check out, again, the link that Halligan just shared there. So via Art of Creative Model Making on the Fly. So I think that's definitely a different project. That's definitely a different project than the one, because they had approached me, but unfortunately everything here was reaching kind of, well, more than disastrous levels, so we weren't able to do that. Now I need to get a little more of the lighter skin tone on this side. It's a little bit too dark there, even though it is in shadow. Okay, that's a little better there. Yeah, this person was going to be from Spain, so definitely a different outfit there for sure. But Halligan, congratulations there. Congratulations for sure. Alright, yeah, I'm going to hit this with more of just the white here. Down here. Over here. Like so. Alright, let me get a little bit more on that, but not too much though. Not too much. And just ever so gently, again with this sort of a, almost like a little bit of a stippling type of a brush stroke here. No problem, Halligan. I'm just, that's really fantastic that you got a chance to do that. Let me take this blending brush to that. I was just too giant of a area right there for essentially being on the shadow side. I suppose this could also just be lightened up a little bit. No, not on the bog myrtle bush there. Yeah, we could get some more lighter greens though. Maybe greens that have a little bit of yellow in them also. Just keep in mind that a whole bunch of extra color is going to be added with actual foliage. Right, the ground cover like this, some of the grass and flower tufts. So yeah, I've got to find the other couple of Galadriels that I've got that are already printed out. There's two more from Printing Goes Ever On, then the regular size Galadriel from Duvali. Alright, we're going to keep going here with our... I'm thinking that's the lighter green. Oh, that actually gets a bit of a color there. We kind of going to put a rosy color on that. Just realized. Keep that in the same vein as our other bog myrtle bushes. We need to get a little light down here again. I'm not going to paint the rocks to any kind of high degree because I would prefer them to be covered by, well, actual just foliage and such. Even if it's some of our dried leaves or whatever. Now, if this all seems a little bit too light, I can always come back and add in some darks. Do a little bit more there. This also has some of the... This is the Luke's APS. I forget which one of the ground covers it is, but it actually does have a little bit of static grass in there already. Now I'm going to try and hit this with a little bit of our lighter tree color here. Let me get some of the violet in there to tone that down. Kind of like what we did over here. It's not in the line of our fire or the vial of Galadriel light there, so I think we can go a little bit lighter over here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much. We're going to welcome in our newest little hobbit. That's Plaguenar. Thank you so much. Galadriel comes along and she says, "Oh, yeah, I tried riding a horse once. That scene didn't go so well." It's like, well, I mean, this is the king of horses after all. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking this little combo is Shandorf. I'm still thinking Gandalf X. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Plaguenar. So this is, well, let's see, we have some of it over here too. And again, it's some of it is literally just chopped up pieces of foam. There are different colors. Luke's APS. Also, what is that? Woodland Scenics. And then obviously some tufts from Armored Wolf, Green Stuff World. But you can see lots of different shades of green, different textures there. And even so far as to take bits of crushed up leaf or cut leaves from Green Stuff World. Let me see if I have... Oh, no, unfortunately. No, unfortunately, I don't have... I thought I had one of those. Everybody please check out the link that Ryan just posted there. Again, some figures painted with the oils. Thank you so much, Plaguenar. Appreciate that. I know this is a little bit different than what most folks are used to seeing because, well, first of all, oils, right? So it's not the most common thing. So I appreciate you being here and thank you so much. Here, we'll throw some more of our lighter tones out here. We also, in addition to the miniatures, of course, we'll get back to these again. Some of our 2D art, again, a little bit of Megicel there, and We like to do those because it does show how there's really no difference between, say, 2D art and our miniatures, using the exact same oil paints and basically the same concepts to do both the 2D art and, again, the miniatures. Oh, and here's another. So this is our Legolas here. You got the same bog myrtle bushes there, another tree right there, and then actually a 3D printed Legolas. Yeah, Elite, right now, well, I've got my full of 2D art right now, painting that giant mural. Again, that is what, 134 inches by 90 inches? Yeah. So we are actually painting lots of 2D art. It's just not something I can do on stream. However, I am going to try and take that foliage and we'll try and turn that into probably a couple of videos. Oh, that's fantastic, Plaguenar. Now, actually, if you wanted to share some of your stuff there on the in the chat, well, you got Instagrams, Discords, any of those kind of things. Now this, oh, let's see, 1 hour 51 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. We hit it with some of our darker oil colors, the Van Dyke Browns, Asphaltum, that sort of thing. We wiped it with our makeup sponge, then we came in with our lighter tones, and obviously this is an active zenithal, so when we start hitting it with one of these, the color is mixing right away. Straight off the bat, the color starts mixing. So that's why we call it an active zenithal instead of one that you just paint over. And this is another one of our latest videos here on the Patreon page. This was a two-parter. So there was the Avatar of Cain, where we also did the regular steel effects in addition to all of our other fiery effects there. All 100% oil paints right there, because, well, why not? Let me do some more of my yellow here, a little bit more of the Indian yellow too, I think. Yeah, let's do this. I guess for those that wonder, I still do acrylic tutorials for the Patreon page, because sometimes those are really helpful. Actually, when they show the difference between how you would apply colors with acrylics versus the oils, sometimes it helps people actually, well, sort of retroactively helps them with the oils. Because now they really do get a chance to see what the differences are, and then they can kind of make that adjustment, that mental adjustment, when they say, ah, yeah, that's right. These are oils, so I can actually, these are going to spread and cover much easier, so I don't need as much paint. I can quite literally do those dry brushy type things. Now we'll take some of our Van Dyke Brown here. Definitely is not a pin line wash. It's actually almost a dry brush right there. A micro dry brush. Now over here we need to get some lighter stuff. I might go with something that actually has a little bit more of the violet to it. Here. So right over here on the back of the staff, again, it's almost more of a dry brush. I'll hit this some more. Like so. All right, we'll get this down. Now I'll throw a little bit of that up here too. And a few little touches of our light right here. Now I do have the miniature of Galadriel doing the waving goodbye thing, the official GW one, but I think I would actually like to build a diorama around that, just like we did around the GW mirror pool Galadriel. So yeah, I think I'm going to save that one. Try and create a diorama around that, maybe. Well, definitely with the river, maybe even Galadriel's boat, because I've always wanted to do one of those. Never had the chance yet, so I think that's something we might do. Oh, hey Sarge, by the way, I completely forgot. These are these are both the pieces of cork that you sent here. I totally forgot to mention that. Sorry about that, Sarge. Yeah, these are both done with the cork that you sent here. That stuff, it really is interesting because it kind of obviously there's so many times where it's just like the bulletin board cork, but obviously so much extra that you can do with it. Now, I may, oh yeah, may take the Napthol, some of our Egyptian violet here. Well, it's a little more Egyptian violet. Doesn't take much, right? It's Egyptian violet. So now this is going to be more of more similar to a pin line washer. Not a true one, not quite enough thinner for that. But let's hit you right here. Now even a little bit more thinner maybe. And then we'll just let you set there and we'll come back and mess around with that some more. I don't think there's one over here and none over there. So Blades, it's great to see you. Again, sorry I didn't get a chance to hang out in your stream earlier. Now, actually, wait a minute. Today wasn't the double stream, because I know you had the double stream that you were gonna do, and well, I guess if you want to let folks know when your next stream might be. Yeah, Halligan, what's been interesting is that because I've been painting so thin on that wall, it's been drying almost at the same ratio as here, right? Now, some of the thicker stuff, it's taken longer now, though. Some of the more opaque colors, yeah, those the drying time is getting a bit longer on those. So the next one is 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. So everybody, please give Blades a follow so that you can be all ready to go when she's live. Actually, Blades, I did check and I saw your I'll be back screen, and it was the big picture of Cooper there. So it was just it was hilarious to see his face looking back at me on the screen there. Hey, hello again, 491. Nice to see you, Phantom. I know that I said hi earlier. Yeah, hell again, the initial layer, and you now I don't think it was. I was filmed. Yeah, we did film that first day. You'll see how insanely little paint I stuck on the brush and then just shoved it all across the surface of the wall. Because well, the folks, you know, whose house it is, they kept looking at. They kept thinking, well, where's all the extra tubes of paint that she used? I said, didn't use any extra tubes of paint. Yeah, Blades, I was wondering if, well, if somebody was doing a constitutional right there. I wasn't sure if it was the dog, the human, or both. Because, I mean, sometimes the humans have to do that too. I'm just going to keep throwing out a couple of these little small bits of our dark stuff that interrupts those light, and also creates a harder edge too, because we need that harder edge. The one thing that I did know only when I was just about to start was that this staff actually goes all the way down to here, where that's just kind of, well, there's nothing. So I just said the heck with it, and I just cut it off. I just took a snippers and snipped that right off. So yeah, that was Cooper was being deceptive there. I'm just still glad that that whole stair phobia thing. I don't want to jinx it though. I shouldn't say it. I won't say the rest of it because that'll just jinx it. Not completing that set because Valfera can attest to the power of jinxing that I have, and it's unintentional. It's purely unintentional. It's not like I would say, "Oh, that's really nice. Whatever you got over there, it would be a shame if something were to happen to it," because I said, "Oh, I hope everything goes good." Well, I'm glad that it's much better. Because, well, just painting at that house, you got both of the dogs, and well, the really, really big dog has a tendency to either run past you or kind of be in front of you and then suddenly stop. And I think I sent you. You've seen the pictures of Barnaby and Butters, I believe, Blades. Yeah, we'll do a little bit more of our light there. So, oh yeah, let's get some of that here. Again, we want the main part of it to be focused over there. Boy, but I'm trying to think, Halligan, the last time I used an acrylic paint tube, I want to say probably back in early to maybe 2002 or something. That was probably the last time. Might have been when I was trying to use the acrylics as to paint the diorama part, not the miniature part. There might have been a display board or something like that where maybe I used some of the acrylics in a tube, but then I started to realize I kind of like the miniature paint better anywhere. Or anyways. So, well, you'll be most likely seeing the two dogs show up on the videos that I do because they will be making guest appearances. Just something says to me that I really shouldn't edit those out. I should just leave those in just for humor's sake. Boy, Blades, I think you've sent me a couple of pictures of things that, well, were deconstructed by Cooper that weren't supposed to be deconstructed. Alright, let me get a little bit more of the light here. Since it's on the other side of this, it's not going to impact that. This tree, though, can't go too light on that tree. If I do, again, it's not really going to make a whole lot of sense. This one here, we're going to try and get a little bit of our... That's some of the vial reflecting on that here. Let's throw a little bit of that light, just a hint of it there. Okay, yeah, I think, yeah, oh, well, no, I thought for a second that there was some of the light from the vial that might hit this too, but it doesn't really look that way. So lighten this too. little more of our light down there. Now this, wow, it's really very different how that is now. Here, let's get some of our naphthalene red, a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. Start to throw some lighter stuff here. We'll throw a little bit more here, and now more of the brilliant yellow pale mixed in there. That becomes a little bit later. And now we've got that little bit of foliage there on our bog myrtle bush. Now again, this is their... Oh, we just did this not very long ago, last week on stream. So these are all 3D printed flowers here, some roses, and then the oxalis plants, because again, that was Kathy's favorite plant there, and that's what's all around here. I think we don't want to lighten that up anymore. What about the skin tone, though? While I have this, see if I can put that. Look where my hand is on this brush here again. It's nowhere near this, first of all. Miniatures get painted a lot faster when the brush actually touches those. We also need a super, super, super gentle brush stroke here, don't we? Try and get a little bit more of the light there on the chin. Now let me see if I can darken the upper lip without doing too much here. Right there. I think I need to somehow get some more of my fast matte on. That's that part of the crown tiara, whatever it is that she's wearing. Well, you have yourself a good night, Blades. Appreciate you being here. Everybody give Blades a follow, please. And, of course, Blades, if you want to post your Instagram stuff one more time as you head out, that'd be fabulous. And, again, Wednesday is going to be that next stream. Now, as one leaves, enter the doctor. How you doing there, Dr. Rhino? There's a doctor in the house. Nice to see you again, as always, and thanks for the raid. Reyes, how you doing? And of course, as always, Dr. Rhino, if you want to share links of stuff that you've been doing, I know you just finished your stream, so not likely to have a whole bunch of photos right now, unless you were streaming, taking photos of your stuff. You could do that too. Working with the oils again, I know that's a shock, right? Huge surprise. And it's Lord of the Rings with object source lighting. 2 more surprises for you, right, Dr. Rhino? Absolutely stunned. This Aragorn was our last stream. This is from RN Estudios, with 3D printed basing bits. And again, trying to do a little bit more of the object source lighting, because object source lighting, right? Gotta love the object source lighting. And of course, here's some of those Shatterpoint figures. We did basically the whole starter box. Lots of glowy things, all kinds of nifty glowy things on the Shatterpoint box. So that was a blast. And here's this one right here. Again, more glowy, and also more 3D printed bits. Yeah, the bases, they're not like this. They're very plain. We might have added 1 or 2 things to that base, just like this one here, our Hoodoo Rock bases. And these are from Shatterpoint right here. Hey there, TBO Hobbies. There we go. Again, some more of them there. So everybody, again, please give Dr. Rhino a follow. How you doing there, TBL? Yeah, usually most of the time, and I understand the raid and run. Definitely understand that. I have to do that, well, pretty much most of the time. And by most of the time, I mean like 99% of the time. I wish I could stay and stuff like that, but, well, even tonight, right after the stream is over, first thing I gotta do is, speaking of photo booth, is take pictures of this, because this is my latest tutorial video that I just finished about 10 minutes practically before the stream. And we're going to get that, turn that into a tutorial video. Thank you so much, Retro Pan Pan. The lighting effects really are, I mean, it's a fantastic thing, whether it's an individual figure or whether it's a whole army. Either way, it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, here's the done landings. Oh, look. Even terrain is the same thing. And then where's my where's my dwarves over here? There they are. So again, it's really fabulous to do on just about anything. Now here's another example of that ground cover that I was talking about that's going to go on this after everything has been dry. The oils, we were talking about them for true metallic metals. Well, there's an example. We did all of those on stream. And of course, here's another fun little example. We painted this one up on stream. It's got plenty of the reflected and then shadows and such. And then here again, really, I got to reprint those. Ooh, maybe I can print those out bigger. Maybe we actually, because I mean, they were nice to paint at that size. They weren't. They were probably about 45 mil tall or something like that. Now, so Grand Oracle, the idea was that they're sort of, they're not necessarily hiding actively. I've got that one. Ooh, I don't know where it's at. They're not necessarily actively hiding, but they are kind of using it. Well, let's just put it this way: to protect their six. Yeah, they're sort of using it to protect any attack from behind. But there was one figure that I did. Actually, it should be in the basing video. Oh yeah, that's right, Grand Oracle. It should be in the basing video where they're kind of peeking through the foliage and such. Well, Halligan, I hope you have yourself some fun tomorrow. I know, well, get as much sleep as you can tonight, because you ain't going to get much tomorrow. Not too many people are, right? So thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And yeah, hopefully we can have some fun tomorrow. I'm hoping to try and stream tomorrow night. Now here again, we've got all the lighter servers up here. I'm going to try and go darker. Let's try and do that here. We've got our Van Dyke Brown again. Here, and definitely start to get some of these so darks here, and then some of these little lines that go across. Like so. Let me throw some of the dark in here. Ooh, Grand Oracle. I've got one of the new files that I got from Make It Epic. Still have to print it out yet. Was the stalactites, which of course, remember the Aowen diorama that I did where we used, well, the hoodoo rocks. I still have one more Aowen figure, so I guess I can try and do that again, but now with the stalactites and the hoodoo rocks, perhaps both of those together. And then there was again some kind of alien type stuff so that we can base the Tyranids. That's right. Yeah, and Grand Oracle, what I actually wanted to do on the original one was to actually use some interference colors to see if I could actually make something that almost looked like some kind of glittering tiny gemstones in the rocks. Because some of that stuff does have sort of a mother of pearl effect, wouldn't you say? There's some more. Right there again, a little bit more of a dark there. And then see, that's got much of a warmer tone to it. And then here you can really see we want that cooler tone right there. And of course, it was all kind of dictated by what we saw here when I used one of our little lights here. Just had to shine that there. And then here I'm going to see, oh, actually it does reach back there a little bit. All right. We can do that too. We can do that too. Here, let's get some of our fast matte white over here. Wild that actually reaches all the way out over to here, and we're going to pull that down with our blending brush. I'm going to say this gets blocked by, well, Galadriel and her staff. So Grand Oracle, hopefully that experiment's been working. It's been a little while since I've had a chance to play around with the interference colors. I think even on the Chaos Dwarves, I don't think I was using the iridescent pearl white with them, I think, yeah. Alright, we'll get some of our fast matte white here. I think I might try to darken some more of the bog myrtle bush over there. Yeah, boy, Grand Oracle. That's what I thought. Oh, wait till you watch that video. You'll see that thinning down that rose blush stuff, that really didn't help. That was shocking to see. Because the only other time I've really run into that was with, say, the Marion Street fluorescence. I'd really never run into that in other places, but certainly ran into it there. That's pretty much what gave me the idea, is that, you know what, maybe the best thing to do is just paint a little bit of this, let it dry, do the rest at some other point, much like our Avatar of Cain. Yeah, Grand Oracle, there's a lot of surprises on that video, but that's kind of the whole point of doing ones like that, right, where I have no idea what's going to happen. Because for folks that are trying oils for the first time, as we lighten this up over here a bit more, that's kind of what every miniature is. They have no idea what's going to happen. Grand Oracle, yes, you do have to thin them down a ton, because otherwise they're just way too thick right out of the tube. But you can't do the thin over thick trick with them. All you can do is let them set for at least 2-3 hours. I mean, you can try to do the thin over thick, but it's terribly inefficient, doesn't really work very well. That's why I definitely prefer my own, which are already thinned down. Alright, any more of our dark? Yeah, I don't want to darken that down too much. We need to leave whatever dark we've got in here. This is a little wonky back in there. Let me see. Well, let me see if I can try a little bit of the lighter yellowish type color here. So with the Marion Street stuff, you've heard me say multiple times, it's been about 2-3 hours. Now I can actually go back and do a little bit more with, say, the floral orange or whatever. Well, even on with the Avatar of Cain, it was very much the same thing there too. Alright, I want to see if I can't get a little bit of the lighter gray on this part of the cloak here, just a smidge of it there. Yeah, and here's another reason why the oils A are handy also too, why we use the liner brush and why we don't do any of this, right? No death grip on the brush. We don't want that. Do more of our lighter yellow right here. That's actually more of, no, that's her robe, not the hair. However, we still have to let the robe get some warmer tones on it because we have all of the cooler bluish light from the vial, right? Actually, speaking of which, I'm going to try and do a little bit more of the Prussian blue on that vial if I can. Now, I'm glad that there's a couple of things that I try to combine with a lot of my like those the Lord of the Rings lore videos. I try to combine that together because, well, the pictures are irrelevant, right? There's nothing to act. It's more just the words. It's almost more like an audiobook. Okay, I think, yeah, I got a little bit more of the Prussian blue now on that vial. Now let me take some of the paint off of the brush here if I can. Just gonna use my paper towel, not washing anything. By the way, the thinner, that's not what I use for washing or cleaning the brushes. The thinner is only used for thinning paint. That's why we have this little water bottle cap. That is it. Sarge, I forget the name of the company. I think actually RN Printable is trying to do fir trees. Oh gosh, who was it that did those? Oh, the Asgard Rising. That's it. Yeah, they did uh, some full-on fir trees that actually had foliage on them, and they were 3D printable. The thing is, I don't really know if you could size those up much bigger, because since they had the foliage on them, now now you're having some really gargantuan pine needles. Hey, Spook Rosa, how you doing? Nice to see you, and thank you so much. Appreciate you being here as always. I'm actually okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use the Prussian blue, Indian yellow. There, how's about that for some brighter green color right there? That's fairly intense. Maybe it needs a little bit more of the Indian yellow to keep up with the Prussian blue here. Because I actually did print out, I want to say 3 or 4 of those of different, well, some of the smaller ones and some of the bigger ones. There's a few figures that I thought might work with them. They just, well, they were a little bit too big for those trees. Again, they're pretty much just for, well, 28 mil figs like this. But they're not really going to fit on a Lord of the Rings base. Confirm that. Again, more of our darker green here. Even again, trying to turn this into almost a bit of a pin line wash right here. Let me take this all the way into that now. Under here too. Yeah, now those look a little bit more green, a little bit less gray. They were looking a little peaked right there. Not looking too much like foliage. And I'll do the same over here, hopefully. Like so. Over there. Let's do this again here. I'm going to try this with even more of the Indian yellow, see if it's going to be a little lighter even. No, that's still too dark. How's about some radiant green working its way in there? I definitely would, Sarge. Actually, that's I always let's see. Get a figure of Varus there, figure of Arminius. Well, lots of dead Romans, that's for sure. Year 9 AD, I believe. The Cherusci tribe. A little bit of a double cross by Arminius. Okay, we'll throw this down here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit of our same lighter green under here. Everything was just really, really, really dark. No mid-tones or anything. Hey there, bench guy. I hope that you have a good time too tomorrow. It's still tomorrow. We're still on today. We haven't gotten to the 4th just yet. We got about 40 minutes left before that happens. Yeah, let's throw a little bit more of our lighter green over here too. Yeah, that's just a little bit too much of the pearline black. That's a dark green. It's not a black. Again, though, hopefully, bench guy, you got lots of fun stuff planned for tomorrow. Hopefully, everybody does. Like I said, in all likelihood, I'll be trying to stream tomorrow night. It will not be during the prime fireworks time, because that's just absolutely pointless. So there could be a sort of a later evening stream. Just me trying to film doesn't make much sense either. Because I have a feeling that would be interrupted a little bit by all of the, again, those nuclear test firings. There's another leaf down there that needs to be... Actually, there's a couple little leaves over. Let me see if I can get some paint into those. Same over here on this one. Yeah, bench guy, this is going to be absolutely bonkers here. Like I say, if you want to know what it was like to be on an Allied bombing raid or something like that, just fly into Midway Airport. You might also want to have your affairs in order before you do that, given the fact that the fireworks will be flying much higher than the planes were, and the average person has a fireworks display that lasts about an hour and a half set to music and outdoes most municipal displays. Now we'll get to some more of our Van Dyke Brown on this side, trying to get some of those little small lines here. Yeah, do more this way, more here. And again, on the back, there might be a couple of places where I think, oh, maybe we should do a little bit more of our lighter tone. Maybe up there. Maybe up there. We'll do some of that. Because that's actually more of the bark there. I was thinking that was actually the branch. Let me see if we can throw a little bit more light up here. Or at least soften some of what's here. Oh, and by the way, this is only 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours ago. It was very much like our Legolas miniature here. So maybe this is what I might try to paint on if I do try to stream tomorrow night. Maybe we hit that Legolas. Continue with our Elven theme. Well, initially that's what I was going to paint on Saturday. Didn't get to do that. Also then didn't get to paint on Sunday. Or stream on Sunday, I mean. So we'll try and make up for that. Again, down here, that's in shadow down there. Can't really mess with that too much. Here, again, I have a little more opportunity to do stuff. But even here, there's some green there. So we've put some of the magenta over, or some of the violet over here, right? Just to have a little bit of variety. It can't all just be, well, white or gray. I own no gray paints. There's no reason for that. It's so easy to make gray colors. You could basically just take Van Dyke Brown, mix it with any color that's lighter, and have all kinds of really interesting grays instead of just, oh, well, yeah, that really dead gray. You want grays that have either a little bit more warmth to them, maybe a little bit of green to them. And again, just imagine, see that's kind of open there, there's nothing there. Imagine this. See some of that ground cover right there. This is another one of our Galadriel miniatures that we painted up on stream. So Spook Rosa, again, glad to see you here. I hope that you got some fun stuff that you're going to do tomorrow. And I guess for folks that are going to have days off, hopefully you can, well, get some games in, some hobby time for sure. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the GoFundMe page. And that is to help me with the long-term stuff, things that I could not take care of while Kathy was not well, and that they've pretty much gotten to a point beyond what I can do myself. I don't have heavy equipment here, so that's what those are for. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. Let's see. Oh, wow. I think we need to replenish that here. I think we actually might have something here that I can use. I just have to swing around here and reach it, and this way we can do a more efficient toast. We'll also say hello to Bithron along the way. Hey there, Bithron. Nice to see you again. I hope that you're pretty much back to 100% after the fall there. So thanks, Bench Guy. There you go. That's better. Appreciate the bits is there. So this, you're still trying to get that down. That's there's a little too much stuff going on in here, a little too complex for an area that is also supposed to be in shadow. Been trying to make sure that has also a little bit of warmth to it too, because again, we want the cooler light over here. To the point where I think I'm going to still try to infuse a little bit more of the phthalo blue on this over here. Let me see if we can do that. See if we can make that happen. So it'd be sort of a bit like the our one Shatterpoint figure. So we'll take the radiant blue, some of that Prussian blue here. There we go. Let's see what this is going to do. And thanks again, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. And have yourself a really good 4th of July. Let's throw a little bit more of our light here, and then some more over there. Get down to some here. Yeah, just again a little hint of that bluish color in there. Now, thank you so much, Bench Guy. Now we'll be doing a little bit of stuff with Fan just in the afternoon, and then, well, it's just basically stand there on the front lawn or whatever and watch all of the massive show. And then once that pretty much is petered out, then maybe try and do a stream. So here we go. See a little bit more of that bluish color there, whereas over here, very much a warm color, right? So to see the differences in the two. And I also see Night Whisper in the chat. Night Whisper, how you doing? Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow, and of course, Night Whisper, if you want to post a picture of that in the chat. I know you were able to post it the last stream. Again, sorry I didn't get a chance to do that makeup stream last night after missing the Saturday stream. So again, everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow if you could. Yeah, okay, that's starting to do it here. No, 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 no. Better go lighter. If we're gonna do that bluish thing over here, we better go lighter with that. Also, maybe a little more of our thinner too. So see you later there, bench guy. Just a touch more. Maybe even more of our radiant blue into that. I don't know. Oh yeah, Night Whisper, the Signo Minis. I actually did print out a fair amount of those. I just have not had a chance to get to those. They have that old style kind of confrontation look to them. So yeah, if you wanted to post a link to anything there in the chat. Alright, I'm gonna see that's... Well, I heard that's her... Yeah, there could be a ring on that. I don't see a ring on this hand, so... I'll throw just a little hint of light over there. And let me see, I'm gonna try and get some light here on that sleeve, if I can. Oh yeah, Night Whisper, well, especially the Wolfen, right? I could swear I've printed out a few of those because, well, Wolfen, for sure. I'm gonna go back to that blue and actually put a little bit of that here. Yeah. What's happening here? So I think now I have most of the warmer stuff taken out of this side. Maybe that shouldn't be quite as light with the... Here, let me get more of my blue into this. Maybe a little bit more of the Prussian blue. It sort of darkens that down just a smidge. Oh heck, maybe even over here a little bit. Get a hint of that sort of bluish color coming again from that light. Well, Bithron, I hope that you find what you're looking for. Definitely hope you find what you're looking for. Here, let's get a little bit more of our light here. Like that. We'll let that more of the light hit here. Now, if I actually put any of the foliage here, fortunately with the oil, since there's no water involved, you can actually paint your foliage and not make it, well, droopy, because that sort of happens with, well, the acrylic paints because you're using water. The thinner and the linseed oil doesn't have the same impact on, say, either static grass or flower tufts or whatever. Definitely not the same effect. Alright, now that we did some of our greens, I'm going to come back with some of my lights here. And sort of thinking about the bog myrtle bush, casting a little bit of a shadow over there. One thing we could do is, sure enough, see that? See, we basically have painted in the shadow that shows up here when we shine the light on it. Just got a bit of fuzz on that brush there. Now here, I don't mind doing some painting on this part of the base because we want to have, again, a shadow this way. That's why this is mostly in the dark here. I do want to check on, there's right over here. Okay, so there is a little bit of light that hits that. I didn't think there was at first, but, well, I mean, the flashlight pretty much says it. It's in the space where the light is. I'm not going to go bonkers with that, but I will throw a little bit of light over there. You could even, and there's red, green, and blue lights. You could do that, take a picture. Now you've got yourself actually a color reference, not just where your lights and darks are supposed to be, but now you might even have a little hint of, well, okay, that's what that would look like with the red. That's what that should look like with the green or the blue. Here, let me get some more of my light here. And maybe a smidge more on that side. And I'll throw a couple more lights on our Borg myrtle bush right there. Maybe the gown slash robe should be lightened up a bit more down here too on the bottom of the ground here. Sorry, you have to return that. I know some places make that pretty easy, and other places, not so much. But of course, you definitely want to have the right design. Yeah, that would definitely be a bummer to not have the right one. Still gonna try and get some of this basically almost white here. Okay. With the skin tone here, we've done an awful lot with the... Tried using that rose blush color, but this is, again, back to more of the traditional stuff. So nope, Dave, this is from RN Estudios. They kind of have a slightly little different take on everybody, even the hobbits. So there's their Aragorn miniature. So yeah, this is obviously this is Galadriel at Ammon. Well, basically right at the river Anduin there, as she's saying goodbye. She's this is the Light of Galadriel, giving that to Samwise there, or to Frodo. Sorry, not to Sam. He gets the rope. So giving that to Frodo. Which actually they do have a miniature of, I think that, well, ironically enough, they have a miniature of Sam, I think, holding up that vial, obviously for the scene with Shelob. So yeah, not too many people did stuff from that. There was this one that someone else had done right here. I think actually this might have been Dandelions in Middle Earth, and or either that or Dark Lord miniatures. But I think it was the Dandelions in Middle Earth. And obviously they've moved to MESBG stuff for obvious reasons, because that's stuff that people want. We're gonna try and get a little bit more of the light here. Not too much. Yeah, that's gonna soften that up a little bit. That was looking a little harsh there. Gonna have to do this though with the again, kind of a tap, tap, tap. A little bit of a stippling motion. We have a very, 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 very tiny amount of paint on that brush. Extremely limited amount of paint on there. This should pretty much be dry by this time tomorrow night. I mean, either wouldn't be dry enough to put, say, your Army Painter anti-shine over the top of, but certainly dry enough. Here, let me get some of the thinner that ended up off of there. This up here, oh well, let me see if I can do something there on the hair. Just a little something. And then, yeah, to complete the hood. So again, this is from RN Estudios. They did, oh gosh, 3 different, well, I think they called them, was it Against the Shadows or something like that? And I guess there's 4 of them. I always thought there was 3, but apparently there's 4 of them. I think, well, there's also a Sauron figure. Is this their, no, this is the, I think this is their Boromir. Yeah, this must be the, again, that's the RN Studios Boromir figure. Hey there, Drax, how you doing? Everybody please give Drax a follow if you could. So Drax, in about 20 minutes or so, you'll be streaming, right? I wasn't sure if, obviously, 4th of July was going to change whether or not you would be doing your usual stream tonight. Well, sorry that it's a toasty there for you, Drax. I'll never forget, there was one stream where I think it was 80 something in the house there, and it was not super fun for you doing that. So Grand Oracle, am I right in thinking that they have either a Sam or a Frodo that's got the vial, or is it Frodo with Sting? I couldn't remember. The only reason I don't know is because whatever it was, it either broke off the miniature or it didn't print to begin with. Well, Drax, sorry that it's really toasty for you there. But, Drax, if you want to share your Instagram, and of course, if you want to share, Drax has been doing tons of the MCP stuff, but I think you've been doing some Kingdom Death figs, right, since, and I was, actually, geez, I saw very, very, very briefly today that essentially Epic is back. That, as, I mean, a surprise to no one, that the Titanicus stuff is going to dovetail into basically a new version of Epic. So everybody please check out that Instagram link there. Now, I don't know if this basically new version of Epic really intrigues anybody. It seems like a lot of folks like the Titanicus stuff, so who knows? Now, with that, wait, let me get that little bit of fuzz off the end of the brush there. And again, I only saw it very, very, very briefly, so I might have read things wrong. Yeah, Dave, I saw that one of the bases of infantry the weapons there, I went, that's definitely a pre-heresy, or yeah, definitely like a not your typical stuff that you would see. The armored patterns and everything. I looked at that, and said, okay, that's old style stuff. Let me do some more of the light over here. Again, I only had a chance to see it for maybe 4 minutes tops, not even 5 minutes. Because, well, trying to get that video filmed and then get things ready for this. And that video is a little bit more complex than I expected it to be. There was more to learn about that color that I was using than I expected there to be. Let's see if I can lighten up. There we go. It shines a little bit lighter. Now we need to do the same here. Oh, there we go. Also, here, bingo. Okay, finally. Now we're starting to get there on that face. Let's see. Yeah, we're almost 3 hours in. I didn't even have this much time on the video, because videos, I try to keep those between 100 to 120 minutes long, so I actually have more time on this than I did on that video. Yeah, that's actually, I haven't had a chance to paint those. I still have. It's just the Aeronautica starter set, and I have most of those assembled. Well, especially the Imperial ships, or planes, sorry. Kathy had played Aeronautica. She actually did somewhere. She has Aeronautica planes. Now, those are the old Forge World ones. Let me see, where did that other blending brush go that's hiding around here? So there, yeah, we'll use this. That should probably get some more of our light too. Now, as I'm looking at that, so I'm just going to throw that in there. And now we'll just take this and again use our little blending brush here. So everybody, again, please check out the Instagram link by Draxter. All those fabulous Marvel Crisis Protocol figs. Samikira, how you doing? Thank you so much. There's where's our, again, this is the other piece where we really made a whole birch forest there, because again, Kathy's family up north, their cabin has just a lot of birch trees. Birch and poplar trees. Those are the two that they've got. Now, I also think somewhere I have a another miniature that's prepped and ready to go. That would probably be, yeah, here, let me take this down. That would be this one, and I think it's a little mix of all of the above, yeah. So these are all 3D printed bits here. That's a dark sword miniature. Birch trees, bog myrtle, stump, fox, bunny. So, oh, and some more ground cover over there. So those are all 3D printed bits, and that's the way you can, in no time at all, basically turn a miniature into a diorama. In quite literally no time at all. Absolutely love that stuff. I've learned that actually having the hot glue gun, as annoying as I just call them streamers, but the little strings of hot glue are, that's the easiest way to get this stuff onto, well, very rough surfaces, like, well, say the cork. And this is not bulletin board cork. That's actually a piece of cork wood right there. So very, very much different. Yeah, the annoying thing can be all little strings that are left behind. And sometimes you find those when you're priming. Sometimes you find them when you're painting. I've just kind of learned to spend a little bit of time just looking for those things and trying to get rid of those. but it's certainly much faster than the super glue. And also to it ends up being a little bit stronger in a way because now it's actually embedded in that glue instead of just like the super glue where it's maybe one tiny little point is attached. And yeah, the Make It Epic stuff, it looks very realistic. That's the stuff I used on the Shatterpoint miniatures to create things like the Hoodoo Rocks. But same stuff I also used on the AON diorama to create the glittering caves, but now I actually have their stalactite files, so we're going to try that again to see if we can make it even look more like the glittering caves, a more extensive diorama. I wanted to add some urukai to it as well, since now I'm pretty sure that even dandelions in Middle Earth. Oh, and of course, what's the other? Oh, Dark Lord Miniatures also has some urukai-esque miniatures. So I thought AON in the glittering caves could be really fun. Actually fighting some orcs. So boy, oh, thanks, Arid. It's funny because I saw Dr. Faust and I said, well, wait a minute, Dr. Faust rated us. And then I realized, no, there's Dr. Faust Painting Clinic, there's Dr. Rhino, and I think there's actually one other doctor. I don't remember who the third one is, but there is always one. Get some more of our, again, that really light here. Let's hit that on this sleeve-ish thing here. Hey there, Hobby Time with Tim. How you doing? Nice. Everybody please give Hobby Time with Tim a follow if you could. Now, Bench Guy, I really hope to at some point get a chance to paint on the birch bark on stream. I think that would be really fascinating for folks to see. My guess is that most people would never have seen something like that. Let's see, Hobby Time with, you know what? Gosh. I think it's, yeah, Kurzlook. I believe their new release coming up is supposed to be the hobbits with the wraiths, not the ring. No, sorry, the whites, the barrow whites, and there's the four hobbits, right, all wrapped up and everything, and then there's a bunch of treasure chests and everything. So those would be interesting to use along with a couple of other treasure files. Pile those up, right, and have an Arkenstone in there. So Landress, I haven't loaded any July files yet. I'm pretty sure there's still some June stuff that I haven't even downloaded yet. Although I guess now that I kind of by default am having to start working on the basement there, it does mean, I suppose, that the printing area can be expanded there. I could swear that maybe, I don't know if no, that's just Bilbo with a pipe. I was thinking either RN Studio or what was the other one? Clay Cyanide might have done, say, Bilbo taking the Arkenstone, but no, I think it's just Bilbo with a pipe. Well, Landra, oh, that's right, because you sent me the picture of your mods that you made to it. I'm just glad. Well, I'm not going to say anything because I'll jinx it. Nope, I'm going to shut my mouth. Because if I say something and it all starts going horribly wrong, you'll be sending me some messages saying, why did you do that? So yeah, Grand Oracle, that's what I ultimately would like to do. Now, of course, that would be on a grand scale compared to, oh, where's our, let me just get this out of here without knocking everything down. So here's the cave drake that we did for our Moria army. Yeah, actually, I never did get the pictures of it. I don't think, no, I think I did do some and posted on the Instas there. But we don't have this with any of our other gobos or anything like that. We have to get a picture of that. And then, of course, I still have two more of these little bases here, right? This is the baby drake. We also have some of the eggs, too. Geez, Laminess, as I was saying that, I kept thinking, I wonder if Laminess is just about to head off to bed, because now it is midnight here, 1 o'clock for you. So Luminous, thanks so much for being here. And I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, kind of fill you in on more stuff. But again, you have yourself a good one. Landra, those are definitely some customizations there, that's for sure. Well, hobby time with Tim. Basically, what I'm trying to make is well, essentially one of every single army in Middle Earth, even the legendary legions, and then play out that whole campaign using the War of the Ring board game as sort of the strategic AI kind of a thing. Actually, I was just given a desert mat, so I pretty much have every single environment. Now, I'll be making Moria terrain, I'll be making every Dead Marsh terrain. Of course, we want to have our civil war in Arnor. So that means printing out 3 different versions of the Arthedain, Rudar, and Cardolan. Oh, thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Appreciate that. And like I said, the most recent video that I just finished here. Let me get this out here. Just finished this right before the stream. Now, Grand Oracle, I'm looking at this. What's interesting is it is definitely less shiny than it was before I started the stream here. Because I wasn't sure, how glossy was that going to be. Now, no, I can't pick that one up. But here's the other one again. This was our Avatar of Cain. It's actually a 2-part series, all done with the oil paints here. That was really, really fun. Again, that's our latest 3 videos there. I actually, I've got some Baradur setting, a mat for that. We'll be obviously doing some terrain pieces for that. Alright, so again, I used the flashlight and it did show that a significant portion of light hits that there. Yeah, Tim, that was really fun doing that, using our fluorescent oil paints, of course. And then we, well, I think you've seen all the different glowy things that we did with all of our Shatterpoint stuff, and even here's the shore there. Sorry about that. I was just thinking, well, wait a minute, it's only been a 3-hour stream, but then I realized, no, tack on 2.5 hours more from doing the tutorial video. It's like, why does my voice feel so worn out? Well, also, too, it got subjected to some mold type things and musty stuff yesterday with all of the deluge. So yeah, we did, actually, yeah, Hobby Time with Tim. You can check out all the sessions that we did painting the Shatterpoint stuff. Lots of glowy things. That's for no shortage of object source lighting there. I need to throw a little more light on this side. Not on this side over here, but this right here. Actually, oh, hobby time with Tim if you wanted to post a link to anything in the chat. Let me just get something to drink here. Well, thanks, Sarge. We'll let those rocks just kind of fall right in there since we don't have any ice. I got to get that mini fridge in here. Actually, well, the space that I could put that, there's actually a dehumidifier there. Maybe we'll move that dehumidifier somewhere else so that we can have the all-important, well, it's a medicine cabinet. It's resemblance to a mini fridge, and it's a mini fridge. It's really small, but it's purely coincidental. It is just a medicine cabinet. So thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. I think I still, well, I might grab myself a cough drop. Actually, I think I grabbed one before I started filming. So yeah, it's just it's a resemblance to a mini fridge is just purely coincidental, just cosmetic, just cosmetic. It's really just a medicine cabinet. That's what it is. All right, I'm gonna grab me some of this brilliant yellow pale here. Throw in some of our green here too. And again, Tim, if you wanted to share any Insta links, Discord links, or anything, the stuff that you've been doing. Now, were you successful? I know you were painting, you were trying to come up with something that would, in your last stream, you were trying to kind of create a color scheme that would be easily something easy to replicate over and over again. Hopefully that all worked out. And then there was something that was really, I don't know if it was the chat bot, there was something that was being persnickety also during that other stream where I got a chance to say hello. Alright, I think we were good on all of our white stuff there. And let's do a little bit more of our light right here. Brilliant yellow pale. Let's try and do some of this here. Is that going to make it just a smidge lighter? Yes, it will. Thanks, Bithron. Appreciate that. Bit more here. So this would be another fun thing. Again, to get all of the different RN Studios, print out some of the hobbits there. Because where's my Boromir? I think I also have the Legolas printed out. And that's the RN, definitely the RN Studios Boromir right there. Now, I forget, someone did do it. Oh, it was Diwali. Well, no, I don't think they did do a pincushion Boromir. Someone else, I swear, maybe it was Kurzluk or it was Diwali. Someone did a pincushion Boromir. That's the other figure. Obviously, would be an interesting diorama. Bithron, those were looking really good. Obviously, definitely going to be huge, right? Being Conquest figs. Yeah, Bithron, if you wanted to post any links to some of the, well, it'd probably be some of the smaller scale stuff. It's got to be just really wild to be going from the 15 mil stuff to Conquest stuff. Alright, we're going to get a little bit more of our, right, that's the brilliant yellow pale up here. Again, looking for something that's a little bit on the warmer side, as opposed to this. We want the cooler light to be over here. And I might just allow a little more of my light to work in here, because again, we don't even see the vial there. But as we get over here, I have to let that be darker so that this has that impact that we want. So everybody please check out the Insta link there from Bitron. Some 15 millimeter goodness there. Huh, never did get the darker stuff over on this. Let me do that here. Just might even use a little micro dry brush here. So no thinner, no, not doing any kind of pin line wash or anything there. There, that's a little bit better. Now let me see. Do I need any more light on that? So I'm gonna just do a little bit more with the brilliant yellow pale over here on this side. Just like that. I mean, it's really amazing how they've got the bark that's kind of sort of pulling away from the tree just like it actually does. And having painted tons of, not just painted birch trees on paintings, but having painted on birch bark, it really does that kind of thing. Nah, I'll use this as a blending brush here. Not too much lighter down there. What about this? I'm gonna try maybe some of the asphaltum. I was almost thinking about mixing a little bit of the Indian yellow. I will do that. Well, it kind of creates almost like a burnt umber type color. Always, well, we're going to respect the umber by not using burnt umber, I guess. Always respect the umber. Or the umbar, because if you don't, you know what happens to you. Speaking of what, oh, it's the printing goes ever on. Yes, they're the ones that did the courses of umbar. Ah, boy, oh boy, gotta print those out. More of the, here, let me get back to my Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the Mars black here too, just to cool that down a bit more. And let's do a little bit more of our darker striations here. This is supposed to again be the darker portion. That'll help to darken it down kind of by default here. This is to just sharpen up a few edges like so. Get a little more depth in there too, like that. What else are we doing here? A little bit of a shadow cast by the foot there. Maybe a little more shadow cast by the hair. Over here as well. Any darker on the, well, not necessarily, it's the staff that's not really a staff. Do a little bit more of those, again, these darker striations here that kind of cut through our birch tree. Same right there. And they have to vary in thickness too. They can't all just be the same thickness line, but they also can't be just the same length either. It's, you have to kind of make them as irregular as possible. All right, that's got a little bit again of our micro blending brush there to help out with that. Now, where's my What about up here? Yeah, see, that's also the light probably. Oh, the light needs to hit this a little bit more. That's what's. You can check it like this. Yeah, it needs to hit the bottom of this stronger. That's fine. We can do that. You can do that right here. Okay, we'll take some of that, some of the fast mat. Now, of course, there's other stuff that's kind of mixing in with that a little bit. Again, the vial shining up at this, that should probably catch a little more light here than it is. So I'm just going to say like that. Nope, too much there, too much of a blob. So along comes this, and there you go. All right, we'll do a couple more of this striation. There's actually too much going on here. We're going to actually simplify this. In other places, we've been trying to add those. Here, I've almost got to, well, take some of those away. Also add a little bit here again where the light's kind of coming up this way. Right over here, really gotta do some strong. Well, this is, even this is not really straight up fast mat white anymore. So much other stuff has kind of just been leaching into that. So with the oil paints, because well, obviously we're doing the wet into wet stuff here, right? Every single brush stroke that you do here is going to be whatever's on this brush here is it's literally mixing with what's on the brush. That's why if you just keep hammering away with the same brush, well, that the color that was on the brush is not that color anymore. Now there's times where on purpose I will just keep doing that so it actually does, it changes the color, and it actually, that's the way I want it to mix on the surface. Most times, though, it's probably not what people are looking to do. And this has not just been dark to light either. We've kind of gone back the other way. All of this blue that you see here, that's actually a darker color added on top of the light. We did the same thing over here. Some of our shadows here were actually added on top of lighter colors. They were dry brushed on. So yeah, the oil paints are not just a dark to light sort of thing. And of course, you really don't want to think of them as super slow drying acrylics either. Definitely don't want to do that. Because what's going to happen is you're just going to be trying to layer like you would acrylics, and that works great with acrylics, not going to work so well with the oils. You'll end up with just 10,000 times too much paint on that brush. And it'll either take too long to dry, or it's just going to be so irritating to try and do any additional applications there. So you just, less is more, and more is way too much when it comes to the oil paints. Oh, I never did do my other Galadriel picture on the other. I knew I was missing. I thought I did have a second one there. Oh well. Maybe that's why it took less time than I thought. But that's another one. It's one of the Mahood riders there. We haven't forgotten about them. We still have two more of these. They're all ready to paint. They're all so. Oh, and here too. Look at this. So that's that blackest black, that black 3.0. Look at that. You cannot see the seam there, because if you look, see that's actually sculpted on top there. That's our most recent basing video. That's so that's really fun. So everybody, it's a Discord link. Everybody, please check out Hobby Time with Tim's Discord link, and then of course, please give Hobby Time with Tim a follow if you could. That would be fantastic. So it looks like some X-wing there. That's something that I never painted yet. Was any X-wing stuff. will take an X-Wing, primer over it, and then paint it. I guess that's probably a more accurate way I should say that. Alright, a couple more lights here. Right there on that cloak. Maybe a smidge more on the skin. So I have to say that that pale rose blush, it sort of worked out a little bit better on the miniature than I thought. Now, could just be also too that the paint has been sitting out here on the palette for a while, and maybe it's a little bit more stabilized. So that's something to think about too. So it's a Bandai version. Among the other things I have to look for on my Mini Factory and Mini Hoarder and Cults 3D, I need to find some more Battlestar Galactica stuff. In particular, things like the Vipers, the Raiders, the Heavy Raiders, because I actually did get a chance to play the Battlestar Galactica board game. Yes, I actually got a chance to do that. I got to play as Tom Zarek, and all of the resources were at one. Population, food, fuel, everything was at one. And Tom Zarek did basically everything. I went on to Galactica. Some of the first actions I did was to get engineering cards. Galactica got damaged 3 times right off the bat. I had to steal the presidency back twice from Saul Tigh, who kept declaring martial law. Yeah, hobby time with Tim, looking for things like, well, obviously Galactica, Pegasus, and I mean, it would be nifty to have original Galactica, but the BSG series from 2004, right, 2005, looking for files from that. Thinking that maybe I could print some of those out and use those with the board game. Could be interesting. Also, too, looking for the War of the Ring board game. Trying to find. I know people have done printable versions of, well, Edoras, Minas Morgul, Dol Guldur, Minas Tirith, Isengard. I would like to print those out, so then it would suddenly start to look more like the 3rd edition, or no, sorry, the anniversary edition that they did of the game. So again, a little bit more of, see, there's lights and darks here. Here it's more just the lights, because we got the vial right over here. Back to some more of that white here. You know what? That does look like that is the ring there. So we'll give that a little extra light. So it'd be interesting to paint the Cylon Raiders and such. Maybe if they're printed a little bit bigger, do a painted backdrop for them. Well, any of the ships really would look very nifty with a painted backdrop. Now, you know what? That light probably reaches up to there just in a few areas. I think I did actually find a printable Galactica file. It was in maybe, I want to say, 8 pieces-ish. I think I tried printing out some of them. They didn't necessarily turn out the way I would have hoped. But like I said, once I can try and get the light on that printer, see if that'll do it, get it working again, and then maybe just get another Sonic Mini 4K. Alright, better do the same over here. Again, the vial's shining up this way. Probably should hit the tops of the tree right there. Actually, hobby time with Tim, if you wouldn't mind shooting me those links on Just shoot me a Facebook message or an Insta message or something like that. Thanks for finding some of those. Have I downloaded anything from Mini Hoarder? That's one that I just never had time to look through. Alright, the line coming down this way. I think we're pretty good there. Because what I kept, every time I would search, I just kept finding Etsy stuff. So it was things that someone had already printed, wasn't as, well, then I was starting to wonder, should I just get the ones that have been printed by folks? But it would be nice to be able to print those out myself, know what the quality of them is going to be. Thanks, Hobby Time with Tim. That would be really spectacular. Sometimes you know exactly what you want to look for, but obviously, see, I just kind of sliced up that light, made some, gave her some toes there. Let's just say there's code words that have to be used. just throwing that out there, right? Because you don't want to run afoul of certain things. So whether it's Schmishmarine stuff or Lord of the Rings or whatever, sometimes you have to, like Schmaladriel, right? Alright, now this should be nice and clean, nice and dry. This is a little bit of brushstroke management. Now we're 3.5 hours in. So paint should be set to a degree that if we were to do something like this, all it's going to do is give us a little bit of blending there. Yeah, Hobby Time with Tim. There's a bunch of files I've gotten from Cults 3D to use for a couple of different videos. Thank you so much, Amber. Amber Lark Art, thank you so much for the raid. If everybody could please give Amber Lark Art a follow. That'd be great. That's what we like to do here on Twitch. Spread all the love. So Amber, thank you so much. And of course, if you would like to share something in the chat, I know you were just finished your stream, so you probably don't have pictures right now. But again, if you've got some work in progress or anything like that you'd like to share, that'd be fantastic. We're painting a 3D printed Galadriel. This is from RN Estudios. Where's our Aragorn over here? There he is. Now these, they're standing on some 3D printed bits. I forget where the Gothic columns come from, but this is obviously sort of an Amonsul weathertop. Here we got the 3D printed birch trees, bog myrtle bushes. Those are from Make It Epic. So these last couple of streams right here, 3 hours and 27 minutes ago, she looked, well, more like our Legolas figure over here. Yeah, she was just primer. And in fact, that same primer, because they were both primed at the same time. Hey, Rat, nice to see you. And again, Amber, if you want to share a link to anything, that would be spectacular. Let's see, well, a lot of the stuff that we painted recently was some of the Shatterpoint stuff. We also added some extra bits to the bases. This is actually the same cork right here. So that's actually cork bark, not bulletin board cork like we normally use. It's actually a piece of cork right there. Oh, that'd be fantastic. Yes. Everybody, again, please give Amber a follow and check out the links that Amber is posting here. So Amber, yeah, you should go ahead and post if you got Discord, Facebook, Instagrams, whatever. So again, more of the Shatterpoint stuff, but obviously they don't come like this. Those are 3D printed bits that have been added. And we painted all of these on stream, so you can check them all out. We basically save all of our past sessions, kind of like a YouTube channel. So there's a Discord link there from Amber. If everybody could check that out, because that's a couple of sketches for an upcoming art fight. So yes, go ahead and check those out, please. 2 different links for you to see, again, from Discord. So in addition to our usual, here's another Galadriel that we did also with 3D printed bits. So here, obviously no foliage yet. You can see that's what it's going to be more like with the foliage added here. So again, this also is 3D printed with more 3D printed bits around it there. And of course, well, sometimes we're working on busts here on the stream. And well, freehand object source lighting, non-metallic metals, you name it, all done with traditional artist oil paints. And these are right out of the tube. And here's essentially kind of a mix of what we use here. So you've got the Winsor Newton and Gamlin. Those are very similar in price and quality. Good solid stuff. The Williamsburg, the handmade is totally legit. So that's why it will cost you more, but it tends to be worth it. It really does tend to be worth it. And here's actually a new, I just did this earlier today as a tutorial video. That's paint is still very much fresh on there. And then of course we also sometimes do 2D art here. Here's a couple little examples of such. Here we go. There's a spacescape. They're very also painted with the exact same oils, just like our Medjugorje here. So 2D, 3D, doesn't matter. Painting. So again, everybody please check out the links that Amber posted. Those are some Discord links there in the chat. And then of course, please give Amber a follow if you could. Now I'm going to take this out. I'm going to use this as a micro blending brush here. And just spread out some of that naphtha red. Just a tiny bit. There we go. The tiniest bit. So when we start out again with something that's like this, we throw some darker colors over the top. Van Dyke Brown, Asphaltum, some brown matter too, I think. Then we wipe some of it away with the sponges. Then we come back with something like this, a filbert brush with the lighter colors. Essentially do sort of a dry brush over the top. It mixes, so it's not necessarily a dry brush. Then we start coming in with our synthetic liner brushes and then start to do more of the details. So again, everybody please check out Amber Lark Art's art. Please go ahead and do that. And of course, give Amber some kind words too, because that's also fantastic. Here we're going to take another little bit of lighter green here that's got a little bit of a cooler tone to it. Thanks, Amber. Yes, we've done several Galadriels now. Yes, we have infinite Gandalfs, almost infinite Aragorns, now a lot of Galadriels too. Because here's another one over here. This is our Dark Queen Schmaladriel right there. That's from the Printing Goes Ever On. And where's our other? Oh, here we go. Did this one on stream as well. Can find this one on YouTube also. Had a lot of fun, obviously, with the translucent fabric on the sleeves. Now back to our lighter green here. On these little bog myrtle bushes. Some more here. Yeah, that was looking a little peaked there. Wasn't really warm green. It wasn't really cool. It wasn't much anything. Oh, hey Zach. Thank you so much. And thank you, Amber. Appreciate that. Again, I hope that the stream was very successful and you're getting a lot of good things ready for that art battle there. There we go. So what we had either really, really light or really, really dark and nothing in between. We had mid-tones. It's not just for 2D art, actually, even on miniatures, the vast majority of it. If you were to look at it, it's neither highlight nor shadow. It falls down in the middle. So thanks again, Hobby Time with Tim. That'll be fabulous, because so many times I know what it is that I want to find. It's just so many things that I want to find, they've had to kind of cloak them with some sort of a code there. Let's see, so you got 4 pieces done so far. How many more did you need to use or need to create there, Amber, so that you're all good to go? And well, here's wishing you plenty of luck getting all those done for sure. All right, yeah, see, there's another example. Well, you can't really see this leaf too well. That's just got, it has either almost a highlight or a shadow and literally nothing in between. Same thing with that side of that leaf. I'm going to throw a little bit of this down here. Again, I'm not going to paint the rock too much since we can do plenty of foliage and such. Well, Amber, here's hoping that you have, again, you are victorious there. Plenty of success. Now, I'm going to... This has been a little bit of a bugaboo right here. I think we maybe have... Well, there's too much middle tone there. That's weird after extolling the value of middle tone. See what I did there? I think I actually have to go in reverse here and actually darken this a bit. Let's see if we can do this. It'll be interesting to get the brush back there, but it looks like we can do that. That worked for the most part. Now here, let me get rid of that little bit of dark that worked its way onto that side. Also soften that edge a little more too. Now, well, that's fantastic, Amber. And thank you so much. Oh, and thank you for doing the lurk. Thank you for the raid. And again, everybody, please give Amber a follow if you could. Unless you're already following. Alright, this is going to kind of use the Indian yellow here almost in more of a translucent kind of way. It's not going to be a glaze because it's not at all watery. We're going to use the translucency of the Indian yellow to our advantage, because all I have to do is sort of gently brush that over this and it's going to tint it darker no matter what, or tint it more of a nice intense yellow color. There we are, and that's another nice way of being able to again get some tone in here without having to repaint areas, layer areas, because again, this is very much like a dry brush here. Now I'll throw a little bit more of that even down here because I'm looking to warm up this part of the clothing just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we have a little bit more of that yellowish color there. Not so much. I was almost thinking of putting some of that onto the birch trees, but I might also do a little bit of that here. So again, what this is going to do is tint this slightly. Slight bit of a tint here. I'll do that again. Also, too, there's some of the Van Dyke brown also mixed in with this. Very little thinner, just enough to make the Indian yellow actually flow a little bit. And then we'll just let it mix as we do it, because remember, every single brush stroke we do, that mixes with what's already on the miniature. I think I might carry some of that all the way down to here. Again, the cloak, same thing. And we're also kind of thinking about brushstroke management. We're over 3.5 hours in, so the paint has stabilized. That's really important. Now that bust that I keep showing that I was painting earlier, I bet you now, especially Grand Oracle, I bet you I could go in there with the blending brush and just take away all of those brush strokes. And it would look completely different. Give me 15-20 minutes max or so just to again take a brush that has no paint on it, and I could probably wipe out all the brush strokes now, whereas if I tried doing that even maybe an hour and a half ago, probably not so successful. Here's another on the bracelet here. So we're going to take that Indian yellow mix and essentially dry brush over the top of this. The lighter stuff mixes with this darker an Indian yellow Van Dyke brown mix. You know what? I'm gonna throw some of that on our bog myrtle bushes. Because we've got, there we go. So now we have a little bit of the warmer stuff in addition to the cooler greens. It's almost kind of a brownish color. Contributes a little more to the believability. I used to basically do all of this as regular kind of foliage and flock and that sort of stuff, and I've realized that printing it is better on a few levels. First of all, it's way easier to get this stuff on there. It's actually easier to paint it because now it can be exactly the color that you want, much more realistic, instead of the foliage, which sometimes just, well, they're limited by what they have, and it doesn't necessarily look all that realistic sometimes. The other key thing, I can make these tiny. I could shrink them down to half this size, or I could make them 3 times this size. So that is the advantage I'm starting to find with the printable foliage as opposed to the typical, let me see if I have, no, I don't have some of the pieces that have the really tall foliage on them here, but I mean, here, look at this. Again, we showed this one earlier. So that's basically an instant diorama with a bunch of 3D printed critters, trees, bushes, logs, all that good stuff. And of course our Wapelia spell brush that we did. Let me see, is this the new one? Yeah, there's the new one. So again, get 3D printed stuff on the base that we did. So there is a ring over here. I actually have, I was painting that, so we're treating that as the ring. Well, her ring, I should say. I don't want to say the ring. That would be a little bit misnomer there. It's just a little bit hard to see with the vial being there. Here, let me see if we can. There we go. I'm going to try a little bit more of, again, this darker sort of a yellowish brown here. And a couple of areas of our bog myrtle, like over here. Yeah. Also, again, trying to treat it a little bit like a blending brush. Oh, that's right, Grand Orica, you added another another little saying, right, like you did with the brushes. So those are super clever. And thanks for coming up with those. Again, I still, now that I've got a couple of those Kathy miniatures printed out, we have to do a chat point reward for showing all the Kathys. Hey there, Inganes. Nice to see you. So, Inganes, I was just showing it not too long ago, the latest video, using a new color that I've never tried before. Let's put it this way, you'll never see me using zinc white ever. It wasn't zinc white. Zinc white was one of the colors in there, and it kind of, well, it made it very, very, very difficult to work with. So yeah, it was this thing right here, and one of the key components, and it's really heavy too. When you lift up that thing, it's almost cadmium level heavy. But yeah, this is the new video that after the stream here, I'm gonna get down to editing that. We also did a color chart thing. Should have known something was gonna be up when the Terra Rosa and the Asphaltum and even the Brown Matter really did a number on it there. So again, that's a Pale Rose Blush. Well, geez, hobby time with Tim. Sorry that part's breaking. Yeah, none of that stuff is ever not words that you want to have. So Instagram, Grand Oracle, that is the best place. Well, that or Facebook Messenger. Those are the two primaries. I mean, I do get messages from Patreon. However, gosh, it is it's very kludgy to say the least. So yeah, these are epic basing bits, the birch trees and the bog myrtle bushes. And here these are also from Make It Epic Basing, the ferns. I got to print out more of these ferns. I think I used them all up. And of course, here's another example, kind of a more extreme example. There's our outriders. Now, the Daz air dry clay that was sculpted to make the sand dunes, but the palm tree and all the palm leaves, those are actually 3D printed. Those are all from, again, Make It Epic. And all of these trees that we did. And oh, where's my Faramir diorama? All that's 3D printed. The miniatures, all the trees and branches. That's all also, again, 3D printed. So hobby time with Tim. Well, don't beat yourself up too much. I mean, don't beat yourself up too. Eventually, you'll be able to get that back, restored back to health again. Now let me see why it didn't. Once again, it's wow. We'll hit it again. There we go. I only hit my scene about 4 times before it finally switched over. I'm just getting a little bit of reflected light down in there, just a tiny bit. Maybe a little something down here again before we add something like our ground cover to it. Alright, that's a little better. Yeah, just a little something there. And the base edge is going to be hit with our usual black 3.0. So Angani's, that's as soon as the stream is done, I got to head over to the editing suite and start making that video happen. A little bit more of the light there, and right there under here, a little bit more, and then blending brush. I will be painting some more Cathys in some different environments because I've finally found the other set of those that I had. I also want to try and learn how to use Blender and mixture those different things. One of those so that I can actually sculpt not just in Giros but also some Truncos and Babos, and that way she can have an entire army of ugly dolls, which would be absolutely hilarious. Multi-basing an entire unit of ugly dolls. Alright, there, that's yeah, we needed that on the cloak. I think we're good back here. I don't want to lighten that up too much, but up here maybe I might lighten this up a smidge. Bring that over a little bit further. Try not too far because again, this is where our source light is there. And guys, I know I did a basing video with those, and then of course, well, we did use some of them here too. Some of the conduits and the I-beams and such. We used some of those on our. I think we did some on this guy. Yeah, there's some more. I actually have to print up some more of these for sure. So again, that was our part of all of our Shatterpoint stuff. Let me do a little bit more of the, a little bit more of my light right here. I don't think I want to do any more necessarily on the hair. At least not on that shadow side. I am trying to get this little bit, there we go. As I need to get this in between the eyebrow and the eyelid. And maybe a little more light here on the nose. Not so sure about the cheek there. Yeah, Gane's. I did print out. Oh gosh, some of the trees for some 72 mil stuff, and then I think you saw the Wapelius spell brush, right? And we were able to do all of the little books and everything. Tons and tons of those books galore. All the books of Wapol, of course. Some scrolls, and then of course the candles. Well, look at this. We often have Eridican White, but now we have Eridican Games. Eridican Games. It's great to see it too. Congratulations on the new house. I know there's been a few complications there, but that fireplace, right? Finding all the little Easter eggs, as Eridican Wife called those. So again, Eridican, everybody please give Eridican Games a follow if you could. So hopefully you're gonna get yourself a nice area to display everything in the new casa there. I'm sure that you'll just really be pleased about that. Yeah, hobby time with Tim earlier today when I was filming that video. There was a potential new chapter of the Book of Wapol that was being developed there. Just kind of sometimes it just happens most of the time, just happens organically. Thanks to Grand Oracle, appreciate that. So again, everybody could please give Eridican Games a follow. That'd be sensational. Of course, Eridican Games, if there's anything that you would like to post in the chat, any pictures of your builds and such that you would like to show off, that'd be fabulous too. Geez, with Blender. Alright, so Eridican, how would you say as far as learning curves go? Is that one? Well, obviously, I think that and maybe Blender are both easier than ZBrush. And well, I think each of them has their free versions, right? Eventually, you can do more of a subscription model and get a little bit more out of them. But yeah, if you wanna show off anything that you've been doing 3D design wise, I'm sure that would be spectacular too. Because that is, we were just talking about that, how I really need, and definitely less expensive. Okay, Grand Oracle, that's good to know. There's just so many different things that we could do with that. I mean, even if I could just sculpt things like, where is it here? Oh, here's another example of the trees. Now, this was our value study that we did. This is something I strongly recommend for the oils. Now, I think Grand Oracle, it has a free version, but then you have to, I think if you want more out of it, you have to definitely pay for it. So a steep curve to start, but then you just, once you kind of get past that point, it's a little bit easier there. So yeah, at some point I don't know if there are certain channels that kind of offer some tutorials on that might be better than others. That's something I have not had a time to even search for. But where is that one? Oh, here it is. So this is that's a resin cast bit from Green Stuff World. These are really amazing. I love these things. But there's one of these in the set, and once you've used it, it's gone. Also, you can't resize this. It's the size that it is. So I'd love to be either I just sculpt it in traditional form and then scan it 3D wise or something. Now, hobby time with Tim, of course. The legendary Wapol sable brushes. Yeah, the only real sable. That just goes back to the ReaperCon from years ago Whereas I was part of this rather unusual speed painting contest where I had to use my hair to paint with while somebody else was holding the miniature. Oh, and I also had to paint with my left hand. Yes, I had to paint a miniature with my own hair with my left hand while somebody else was holding it while we were walking around. Minor challenge, a little bit more complex than where we're at here on the table. Of course, we were certainly more upright than many of the other contestants after that was concluded. So that was a rather unusual painting contest there. It put the MacGyver into MacGyvering, that's for sure. So Arid, yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely give that a shot because there's just so many elements, terrain stuff that I could construct, but definitely more targeted towards what I really need. Yeah, let me get a little bit more on my. Again, some of this is on my lighter yellow here, brilliant yellow pale. For new raiders, we are working with oil paints here, as in traditional oil paints, right out of the tube. No mediums or alkyds or anything crazy like that. Just your regular oil paints out of the tube. Yeah, Hobby Time with Tim. I think just the other day, you know, you get those Facebook memories or whatever. And first, oh no, I was going through some of the Google Photos. That's what it was. And for whatever reason, it just picked as that original Reaper Con, and that's where I was seeing all of the stuff just thrown out onto the table. That was the other thing, right? Hobby Time with Tim is people expected all this fancy equipment and everything. All I did was I opened up a couple of Target bags, a bunch of stuff spilled out onto the table, and people were so distraught. So that was, they all expected, oh, I must have all kinds of fancy stuff. And, well, as usual, everything that I had was pretty much just junk. And it's all rolled out under the table. I think that was also the same Reaper Con where I made a plinth out of a orange juice container lid. Yeah, I think it was one of those Sunny Delights or something like that. Yeah, that was one of those. Used that and made a plinth out of it. Painted it with marble. Because, you know, that's what you do with a Sunny Delight lid. I mean, come on. Orange juice is expensive. You might as well get every last possible use out of it. The digestive part of it is so doesn't last very long there. So longer lasting use of the Sunny D. So, alright, I think, yeah, no, let me get a little bit more light green on that leaf over there. Fine. We'll do just a smidge of that over here too. I might even throw a little bit of that green over here on the robe, just a tiny little bit of it. Yeah, just to make this a little bit more interesting. All this is going to kind of register as gray. Now, it will be interesting if we do our film noir here. Yeah, see, there's no warm, there's no cools. Here, let me bring out. Oh, yeah, this. So contrast. Okay, you've got this cloak here from L. Ron Hubbard. Well, as we bring back our color, suddenly what happens? Oh, object source lighting is revealed because this has more to do with the color. Even here too, to get, while light versus dark is important, there's that little bit of color. See that the light here is cooler, And everything else that's not being illuminated, that is a slightly warmer color. Yeah, definitely, Aaron, if you could post that, please, that would be fantastic. So Grand Oracle, I did that a couple of times. That was associated with Gen Con, right? And this was done during like a Zoom meeting or whatever. And oh gosh, what the heck was it? Thanos or whatever. The first I had to paint Thanos with all the object source lighting and everything. It was obviously huge. And I think I had 70 minutes to paint that or something. Did it with the oil paints. And then I had to do that again. There were some folks, they barely even had half the miniature with paint on it. And the guy said, "Time's up." And they were very, very
Hello,
surprised.
little hobbits. Fuck my gun.
They were they were extremely surprised by that. Here, let's welcome in Dovepaw. Thank you so much, Dovepaw. Appreciate that. Well, you know what? We do have our infinite supply of Gandalfs here. Here's Grumpy Gandalf. He's like, so when you I hear when you passed into Shadow, you left your arms behind. It's like, seriously, you had to remind me of this? He's like, yeah, but maybe you could have used some of this light here. It's like, really? Okay, that's the glow stick did work any better than your stupid light would have. So there's Grumpy Gandalf right there. Let's see. So yeah, Grand Oracle, they tried doing that to me, but given the fact that regular life just creates absolute mayhem. Well, I think too when the contest first technically started, I was painting a tattoo on the other person's arm next to me. Uh, yeah, they tried to distract, but I said, seriously, given what I have to usually am doing at the same time while I'm painting or doing whatever, there's pretty much nothing you can do short of setting something on fire. But yeah, those felt a little bit sorry for those folks because they were not ready. When the guy said time, or they said something like 2 minutes left, and they said, "Wait a minute, what? I haven't even started yet." Which is that's why our pre-glaze, right, and our oil paint's terribly effective because after our pre-glaze, it's already. It definitely looks like something, at least, doesn't it? Yeah, I think they tried playing like some heavy metal music or something like that, and I took my hair out of the ponytail and just started doing some headbanging there because I thought, well, let's just get in with this. Oh boy, I would really like a little more. There we go. Okay, that softens up that upper lip just a tiny bit. Just a smidge more here. There's something there. So it should be very interesting to see what that bust looks like in the photos. I was really only interested in painting the skin tone and stuff, so we didn't do as much on the hair. Again, that was that bust you kept seeing. That was from Nutshell Atelier. They do some very realistic stuff. So something like the RN Estudios tends to be a bit more on the stylized side. This is also from RN Estudios. So again, a little bit more stylized, kind of like Signum. Actually, so the faces are kind of remind me of Werner Clock. Remember, Tim, a lot of the Werner Clock Reaper sculpts. Those are always some of my favorites because those were some of the very first ones we ever did back in the early 2000s. Yeah, the old Werner Clock sculpts with the faces were more stylized, but you could actually do more with them, which was really nifty. So yeah, those were kind of circa early 2000s. I think probably by 2004 or so. So now, if you want Werner Clock scopes, you can get his freebooter stuff, and obviously it still has that same classic Werner Clock style. I've painted a few freebooter figs over the course of the last 23 years. And I think I have some more, but oh, that's right, we're going to use those for a Wild West Exodus. That's right. And a bit more of our. I actually painted some of those Grand Oracle. Actually, even Kathy, she painted at least 3 of them or so. I actually painted one when he did the War Gods of Olympus Kickstarter. I didn't get to do, what was the War Gods of Atlantis, I think he did also. Hey there, M. Tellies, nice to see you. Everybody, please give M. Tellies a follow. So M. Tellies, hopefully everything is going great at the game castle there in Santa Clara. And of course, I'm thinking you got some kind of, I don't know if you have special MetaZoo stuff happening on the 4th of July here. So what were the Basti? Yes, I painted some of those. I think I still have a few that I haven't even painted yet. But yeah, I really wanted some of the War Gods of Olympus stuff and I think it was War Gods of Atlantis. I think he did a whole bunch of Amazons, even some on horses. Yeah, it would be nifty if he actually did some STL files and kind of did both. No, probably it's getting to be 1 o'clock here, so I'll probably be hitting. I think AD Creations is streaming still. Actually, Kathy painted the war elephant. That's it. Yes, the Oliphant. I'm pretty sure she painted that, or maybe that was when I painted. No, I think she painted that because she tried to do some freehand stuff on the big blanket / carpet that was on there. Yes, I think I might head on over to again to AD Creations. Haven't had a chance to raid in a while. So I have to head out so that I can edit that video, get that going. I do want to thank everybody for all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, and of course the raids. Thanks so much for all those. Thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for doing the moderations, of course. And hopefully this gave you a little idea, because we don't often do basically white object source lighting with a white robe and white trees. We may have to do this again. I'll print it up bigger maybe, and then we can do this again. White on top of white on top of white. So I'm going to get the raid countdown going here, I think. And thanks, Bithron. Appreciate you being here. We'll get that countdown started. So again, another one of our RN Estudios figures. Once all these are dry, we'll get some foliage on them. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate everything. So here we are. So thanks again, everybody. And I will hopefully maybe catch you tomorrow on a little bit of a surprise stream.